And then I really got to start sharing. Yikes.
I just noticed that the Sundays at 5, p.m. is ET, not EST, Eastern Standard Time.
Yikes.
I just noticed that the Sundays at
I just started. I did. I know. I
it's
think I
ET
got
now.
lazy. I think I got lazy.
Okay,
The clock's changed.
all right, no problem.
I just went with Eastern time.
Okay.
Okay, we are streaming. Hang on one sec. Now we gotta start sharing.
Oh, okay.
Goodness, let me see here.
I'll still be on these meetings. I'll still do stuff in the background. Thanks. You're full of information to me. I really appreciate
Marcus
it.
announcement.
I mean, in my case, I think down the road I'm going to do this because of the certain ways they handle things. Unfortunately, like I said, I got myself into this mess. I'll get myself out, but my lawyer is confident that a lot of illegal things happen and what they can and can't do to somebody. And we'll take it from there. I have to go through all the trial motions and everything else. But
I think I did 105 shares
I just
this week
now that I'll probably
of
walk away with a slap on the wrist.
announcement.
But I don't know. I don't know. But I'm thinking, me being part of this group,
Come on.
not you guys, girls in general, just
I think the last
me being in the paper and
update I did on this iPad might have been
like I
the
always did.
might have been a bridge too far. I think that might have been the one that I maybe I want to say shouldn't have done, but the one that might be the one that Apple supposedly still gets in trouble for slowing everything down. It's been a little bit of a fight recently. Alright, so we're sharing to our national. The guest may not be right here at 5. I don't think that will be a problem. I don't know if you were muted or if I walked away. He ran away. I finally got him back and he ran away.
Me, I'm here.
Oh, I thought you ran away. Hey, just so you know, and I'm sure you've already signed up for them, I must have applied for some kind of job that, I'm discussing this live on Facebook right now, that kind of overlapped into an IT area, and they have started getting the algorithms now sending me IT jobs. I could not tell you why.
I can tell you why.
I did try to send them to you, but I tried to send the individual job listing, and because I clicked on a link out of an email, what it was going to send you was the entire Glassdoor website, which I didn't think was going to do you much good, because then you're going to open it and look at it and go, well, no kidding, I pretty much know about that. But I have been trying to send you the individual listings when they come to me. I just don't seem to be able to do that for some reason.
Oh my gosh, don't worry about it. If it's on Scott's page, I'll just...
I had put your actually I had put your criteria into Indeed on my profile, and that's why there might be an overlap because I'm mostly IT.
This might be a dumb question. Are Indeed and Glassdoor the same thing?
No,
Because
Indeed
it
is.
seems like it sometimes. Like, I get the same. Well, I guess getting the same jobs from both isn't too much of a shock, but I will on occasion go to apply for something on. I apply for it on Glassdoor. I see it listed on Indeed, and because I send out so many, I don't even remember sometimes what I've sent to him, I haven't.
Yeah, thank
Oh,
But
I
then
know what you're
Indeed
talking
will
about,
tell
yeah.
me that you've already applied to this job. Glassdoor never tells you that. I can apply to the same job a dozen times. It never tells me that you already did that, which I think is strange.
Glassdoor, well, there's a
But I thought maybe Glassdoor and Indeed were sort of the two sides of the same coin.
basic and then there's a premium. You can actually pay for Glassdoor
Oh, for God's sake.
for like premium stuff.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, pay to find a job.
But
Yeah. Vanity, isn't it?
Glassdoor, you can actually apply for like 6 or 7 jobs at a time.
absolutely.
Oh,
Yeah, I can do that.
Like you can do kind of like a canvassing thing.
I used to learn to cut down on.
Yeah, I get that a lot. Yeah, you already applied to this job. Huh? Okay.
Okay, now we're doing groups. We're actually ahead.
I'm not gonna get it because I actually have a brain. So
5 or 6 minutes.
I'm sending just the Google link, Scott, just in case Alicia makes a change to the one that's going out from Action Together.
This went really quick.
So,
This went oddly.
I did see the video
Watch this, don't
of
crash now.
Shapiro. I just saw basically the short.
Don't crash.
Um,
That's because I said that.
news
I
clip
also
of it.
checked. There's Karen. I also checked. George, I checked Zoom.
But I
and
haven't
the,
really had a chance to
Audio
read it
settings
yet.
are still there. They're still the same. Nothing has changed.
He charged
I see no reason on earth
Sunoco Gas
that the
with
phones
multiple
should
felonies
not work.
and environmental crimes.
I'm thinking that we're not really
And
gonna
I
know
saw
that
just like
until
the
it
short
happens.
snippet of it, but I think it,
So welcome,
like,
Karen.
in terms
How
of
are
messaging,
you?
it'd be pretty helpful to us.
Just relax there for a little bit if you still want to run, get a drink, anything like that. We're going to be a few minutes.
Does anybody have anything
We'll be
else?
starting
Scott, I just
live.
sent you the letters.
I'm
I
not sure if
just,
you can hear me at all, Karen, but
Yeah, we can
there
hear
we
you.
are. Okay.
You hear me, Jeff? Okay.
I do, yes, ma'am. Just, and yes, sir, I see you too. I don't want to leave you out. But just relax if you still want to go, get a drink or anything like that. No worries. We'll be starting live in about 4 minutes.
Okay.
And I'll be doing a bit of an intro at the beginning, so you have a few minutes if you need it.
Okay.
I know you've had a busy afternoon,
But
so
if you guys need anything, just please send me an email.
Yes. I'm rushing around cleaning the house to get it ready for the showing.
all of our sharing, believe it or not, is almost done. So we are a good bit ahead of schedule, which is rare. So if you do need a few minutes, don't worry about it. We're good. We're okay.
Okay.
Okay, believe it or not, we are done sharing. Let's see how many we did. Let's play the share game. 101. Oh, and let me turn down the volume. That would be a good thing if I did that. Okay, beautiful. Alrighty. I'm gonna put your name on the screen, Karen.
Okay.
So I changed your name for you, so now everybody knows who you are.
Okay.
We will be starting in about 2 minutes. I can't believe I'm this far ahead. I know it's 90 plus degrees outside. Somebody run outside and look for snow.
Uh, uh, uh.
I can't believe I'm this far ahead. It's got to be snowing somewhere. I'll be gobsmacked if it's not snowing. Okay.
Is it snowing in Argentina?
Well, it is winter down. It is winter down there.
Yeah, it's winter, but we don't.
It is. It is winter there. Your husband's spot on. It is winter in the southern hemisphere. It sure is.
In the Andes at night, yeah.
Yeah, in the end, right? Exactly. Even though I think summer in Australia is not exactly cold. Not exactly what we think of when we think of winter. That's for sure.
Yeah, that's what I've heard.
Not exactly what we're used to.
Yeah.
All right, so we are just about 60 seconds. I set you up if you get bored.
Oh, okay.
Well, I figured, but it's there. It's on. It's not, it's muted and everything's turned off. All you have to do is turn everything on. Try to get the boss behind the operation. She's busy working. Try to get the looks and the brains behind the operation. It's the truth.
Jeff, where are you? You're in Saucon Township? Is that where you?
We are in, right. I have come to refer to it as Bethlehem Landfill Township because they bought our town council.
Gotcha.
Kind of like naming rights of a stadium. All right, we are going to be live live on the radio to the radio audience in 3, 2, 1.
Do you want a man for president who's seasoned through and through, but not so doggone seasoned that he won't try something new? A man who's old enough to know
and young enough to do.
Well, it's up to you, it's up to you, it's strictly up to you. But it's Kennedy, 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 Kennedy for me.
Kennedy, 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 Kennedy.
Do you want a man with spirit who is not afraid to fight?
A man whose record shows that he will fight for what is right.
A loyal man who'll bring the job a fresh new point of view. Well, it's up to you, it's up to you, it's strictly up to you. 'Cause it's Kennedy, 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 Kennedy for me.
Kennedy, 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 Kennedy.
And do you deny to any man the right he's guaranteed to be elected president, no matter what his creed?
It's promised in the Bill of Rights to which we must be true.
So it's up to you, it's up to you, it's strictly up to you. And it's Kennedy, 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 Kennedy for me.
Kennedy, 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 Kennedy.
Do you like a man who answers straight, a man who's always fair? We'll measure him against the others, and when you compare, you cast your vote for Kennedy and a change that's overdue. So it's up to you, it's up to you, it's strictly up to you. Yes, it's Kennedy, 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 Kennedy for me. Kennedy, 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 Kennedy.
Welcome, welcome, welcome from my humble second bedroom here in Bethlehem Landfill Township, a wholly owned subsidiary of Waste Management Incorporated, following the 2021 purchase of our township council, wholly outright and pretty darn cheap too. Best investment. I am not a licensed broker. I'm not a financial planner. I am not Jim Cramer. I am not anything of the sort. Not that I would want to be Jim Cramer, given his track record and political leanings occasionally. But that said, I would recommend to you, though, that the best investment in the country right now, your return is anywhere from 700 to literally 7,000, 10,000 to 1. is a politician. So Bethlehem Landfill Township bought our town council. And suddenly, oversight disappeared, expansion plans all signed off on, everything's awesome. Best investment in the country, politicians. From the Saucon Valley, part of the Lehigh Valley in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, in these United States, on this planet Earth, the only one. We have third rock from the sun in the Terran solar system, part of the Milky Way galaxy. This is the Kennedy Effect, live, back with you for the 7th of August, 2022. It is really warm outside. And to kind of harken back to our last live program where Christopher and I had a chat with you about not necessarily the science or the politics of climate change, but just the reality of it, that when you walk out your door, you know something's wrong. And if you've walked out our front door, by the way, our front door bakes to such a point where you can barely touch it in the first place, but if you've walked out our front door here in the Saucon Valley, you know something's different. It's always been hot in the summer. It's just the way it is, it's science. But wow, something's just different. If you're noticing actual real skin color on my face, this is new, it is rare, it only happens for a very, very brief window in the summer, and it's because I got myself sunburnt yesterday. It's either clear, I'm either translucent, or sunburn. It's the only two options that you get nothing else. You may ask for it, you may request it, you may think I might look good with a healthy tan. Not happening. Just, it's either clear or burnt. It's all we get. Then this will all flake. I will look like some sort of reptile. I will shed all of this, and then it will be back to the normal translucency that you are used to. Really excellent news here on the program. George is back. My dear friend of more than probably 2 decades now, if I try to do the math in my head. And he is back with us live in the George lair in the Pocono Mountains, this secret cave hidden deep within the Pocono Mountains. He is back with us after several weeks of illness and family issues and house issues and internet issues and everything else. So we're thrilled that George is back here. He is family. He's not just a friend. He was between he and April, we were the first 2 people to jump on board with this Kennedy Effect project from the very beginning, to set aside the literally millions of dollars in revenue that George has brought in from this program in his own personal accounts. And I'm kidding, it's like minus millions. I'm just teasing. He knows I'm teasing too. But he was like the first person on board, and so it's nice to have him back here with the program. That means you'll actually see graphics and things that actually coordinate with what I'm saying, which occasionally is a smart thing. It actually makes us look like we know what we're doing on occasion. So it's nice to have George back. We're thrilled to have him back, and hopefully this will be the way we stand with you for the rest of at least up till Election Day. Speaking of up till Election Day, again, it is our plan to be with you live every single Sunday right up to Election Day. I know I said that before. Last week, travel and other political events kind of got in the way. We simply couldn't get back to the house in enough time to be with you live, but it is our expectation that we will be with you live now, straight through to General Election Day. Let's get through some other business. To the 100 and, I think, what did I say at the beginning? 103, 104, 105, something like that. 100 plus. Why don't we do it that way? Why don't we be a little less scientific and say 100 plus places that we have shared the program across the Facebook universe. Thank you to every single individual one of you, every group, every page, every single individual human being. Thank you, thank you, thank you for allowing us onto your groups, for allowing us onto your pages, onto your personal timelines, all of it. Thank you, thank you, thank you. We could not be here without you. You can watch any of the places that we have shared the program. Stay right there. Watch, listen in the background if you're having dinner, tanning outside, by the pool, wherever you might be. Enjoy. Stay right where you are and enjoy the program. If you choose to comment or want to interact with us in any way, I won't see it unless you come to our home group Facebook page, That Other Side of Information. You know it. It's right there on the screen. That Other Side of Information. That is where I will see your names, say hello to you, see your comments, read your questions, read your comments. You can agree with me, disagree with me, yell, scream, kick, clap, whatever it is that you want to do. We will see it there. We just like to have you interact with us. To our sisters and brothers and friends and family at hot101.net, the grandparent, the originator of internet radio, we are proud to be back with you once again. To our 6 figures worth of listeners around the globe, thank you for allowing us to be part of your Sunday or Monday, actually, depending on where you are around the globe. If you are streaming on a desktop, a laptop, a tablet, a phone, Bluetoothing to a speaker in the car, or telling Alexa to play hot101.net, it is extremely simple. You can go to our name is our website. It's hot101.net. You get the Apple app at the Apple App Store for your Apple devices. Just look for hot101.net. If you have a Google device, or not a Google device, you have an Android device, he wanted to say, go to Google Play Store, get the app there. If you have any other type of device, you can go to the TuneIn Radio app, search for hot101.net, and you will find us, and you can get us through the TuneIn Radio app. And to our friends and family at TCP, the Cultured Professional from Lancaster, we are back on their page as well. Thank you for allowing us to be part of your Sunday evening. Let us get to our guests. If you are at all familiar with the program, and most of you are by now, as we are 3.5 years into 3.5 total in the midst of our 4th year, you know that this is a very heavily political show. We also try to do different things on occasion. And this is kind of one of those times. Karen Leonard and her husband are folks that I have interacted with. It's a little more than periodically. Periodically sounds very rare. On Facebook, it's kind of, we are Facebook friends, and Karen has told me bits and pieces about her family's personal story through the years, and I thought it was finally time to have her here to discuss kind of a day in the life, a month in the life, a year in the life of what it is that she and the family go through, I guess. To say go through, of course, always makes it sound that every single thing is a battle and everything is miserable, and I'm sure we'll get to the good stuff too, but it's stressful, I think is fair to say. I will let Karen tell you her story. I did put a bit of a preview up on the Facebook post to let you know what we were talking about today, and there will be, almost sadly, really, if you think about it, there is, sadly, a political angle to this story, because she and her family have had to deal with government and the legal system. And there's a political aspect to this, and we'll get to that as well. But I will let them tell you their story. So, and I neglected to put your husband's name on the screen. I need to do that. But Karen, welcome to the program.
Thank you.
So tell us.
I think my husband's going to send you his.
Oh, he's going to do it. Okay, good.
Right.
Let me start with you the same way, with the two of you, the same way that we start with everyone, and that is, who are you and Peter, and how did you get here?
Okay.
An easy question to start off.
Oh yes, very easy. And the answer is life, the universe, and everything. I haven't heard that reference in a really long time. Thank you for that one. We're starting off brilliantly. Thank you. Okay, well, I'll just start off saying that the reason we are here tonight with you is to talk a little bit about our son Julian and what it is like to have a family member who has different abilities. who may not function as well as some others in the world. And I'm very clear not to present myself as an expert on this subject, because I'm not. But I do have my perspective as a parent. I can certainly talk about some of the challenges that we've had. I had thought about this. I jotted down some notes. It's not very organized. And I thought about this, and the way I wanted to start off was, no one lives forever. And that's very important, because when you have a child who does not function 100% in the world, you're always thinking about what will happen when I am no longer able to care for him. How will we plan for that? And you learn as you go along that as much planning as you do, it's never going to be enough. And that's the really scary part of it. So, would it be helpful if I talk about a little bit about Julian, so people?
Why don't we start? Tell us. We can go through all of that. What I guess would be, when we talked on the phone, we talked a little bit about it. It's an interesting subject, because there's some sensitivities that you have to dance around, but we'll get to that. Why don't you start off by telling us, or either of you, what exactly is Julian's condition? Because you did tell me that it was extremely rare, but what is the condition? How rare is it? And what is it that is, I'm really groping for words. What is it that's different about him?
Okay.
What are the differentiating abilities between the three of us and he, that he needs such care? Why don't we? I think that's the most obvious place to start. What is it? And how do we,
Okay. Julian was born with a very rare birth disorder called Rubinstein-Tavy syndrome, and Peter just typed it up. Mm-hmm. It is estimated to occur, according to what I've read over the years, in 1 in every 300,000 births, so extremely rare. There are an estimated something like 800 cases worldwide. In effect, it is sometimes helpful to people if I say, well, it's similar to Down syndrome, where you have limits in terms of cognitive function, in terms of cognitive ability, and depending on the individual, there can be any number of physical, medical issues that come up. We've been fairly lucky with Julian. He doesn't seem to have some of the serious medical issues that we've read about, cardiac problems and things of that nature. Julian functions on approximately a 3-year-old level. He'll be 32 this month. With some spurts, nothing is like a straight line. He can read and write to some degree. He does speak. We didn't know whether he would speak initially. people with Rubinstein-Tavy syndrome, what I had read initially was that the majority of individuals do speak, although just about all of them seem to have speech delays as children. But then there is a significant minority that never learns to speak. We had some concerns that Julian would be in this minority. Speech was very slow to kick in. He was getting speech therapy. He did some signing. He always babbled a lot. But, I remember, having conversations where we said, well, I guess he'll be one of the ones that doesn't speak. In his case, it just took a long time.
Well, let me try to stop you there.
Okay.
Let's see if we can create a bit of a timeline here. Again, Julian is 32.
Yes.
It's 2022, so we're talking about 1990.
Right.
Right? Largely, in fact, I would say predominantly a pre-internet era.
Mm-hmm.
If you had a computer and you could connect anything, you probably had a hell of a lot of money because they were still quite expensive and the internet was in its infancy. How did you do your research to find out, I don't want to say what you got yourself into, but I mean, what was coming your way? How did you, or did you even know?
No, we didn't know.
Okay, so how have you done when was Julian diagnosed? I should start there.
Very shortly after birth.
And how did they know that it was this specific syndrome and not Downs? Because as you mentioned, right, and probably for the ease of the audience, so to speak, because this is so rare, would it be wrong for us to just generally conceive of this as Downs? Is there huge differences?
Are
there huge differences?
It's probably helpful to explain it to people that way. But, the differences are going to be, as in every individual is different. There are some individuals with Downs who go to college, go to community college and stuff, and then there are some individuals with Downs who will never do that. I had prenatal testing because of my age. I was 39 when Julian was born. He was our second child. Even today, it is unlikely that Rubinstein-Tavy syndrome would be diagnosed prenatally. It's just so rare that there really aren't effective tests for it. When he was first born, they noticed something about the thumbs and the big toes. This is the characteristic of Rubinstein-Tavy syndrome, and there's nothing else, as far as we know, that would have this. They tend to have broad, flat thumbs and broad, flat, large toes, and that was something that the doctors saw immediately. When we were told about it a few days after birth, it's just disconcerting.
That's all right.
Yeah.
If Peter keeps showing off his technical skills, I'm going to hire him.
Peter.
I'm going to make him part of the show. I'm going to make him part of the show. I'm going to make him moderate a chat group or something. I mean, he's typing away over there. It's I'm going to put him on the payroll. George will tell you, by the way, the pay sucks.
Yeah, I was going to ask you about that.
Payroll's terrible. We don't have a payroll. That's what's great about us to an extent. But yeah, it keeps us holistic. Let's put it that way. It keeps us humble. But that's a very doesn't it speak to the skill of the doctor to notice something like that so quickly? Well, yeah, to notice such a dare I say, subtle difference to know that it's not this thing, it's this thing, and this thing is so monumentally rare, but yet to pick it out, or am I overstating it?
No, the one doctor that we were, it was kind of an odd situation where I had been at a birth center, was transferred in labor, and eventually gave birth in the hospital. We initially saw a doctor who was, because we weren't seeing our own doctor. We've been transferred in labor. We initially saw a doctor who was just kind of rather hostile to us and just said to us, he has some abnormalities. And I won't go into the whole story of that now, but she wasn't very helpful. Then we saw, and this of course happened, I gave birth very early on a Friday morning, so we're going into the weekend when, things are crazy anyway. There was another doctor that we saw over the weekend who was with the same practice, and there were other things going on. Julian had a high bilirubin level, so they had to put him under lights. He was quite jaundiced. And,
okay.
So there were
you lost me on that one, but I got it. Now I got it.
there were other things going on, and neither of the two doctors we saw initially told us about, this rare syndrome. Finally, on Monday morning, we saw the head of the practice, and he told us this is the syndrome that Julian has, and he showed us in a medical book a paragraph that was maybe 1.5 inches, and he said, this is my big, thick medical book. This is all there is on Rubinstein-Taybi syndrome. That's how rare it is.
Wow.
And then he ended up referring us down to Thomas Jefferson to get a definitive diagnosis. There was something else going on. They tried to palpate the testicles, could not find them, could not see them. So they did X-ray initially, and I'm trying to remember whether they did sonogram at that time too, but I definitely remember them doing X-ray. And they couldn't find the testicles, and they told us there was what looked like a shadow on the kidney. So obviously that's not something you would like to hear, and they were suspecting Wilms tumor, which I found out not too long afterward would have been a very unusual diagnosis in a newborn. If you see Wilms tumor in children, it's more like around 3 years old. So they referred us down to Jefferson, and we went to we spent one absolutely horrible day down there. I remember we were driving down there. It was September. It was this beautiful drive. It was a glorious day, and we got there. And Jefferson, of course, is a very overwhelming place.
It's a big place.
Yes, and they did very sophisticated testing. They had really great sonogram machines, and they said what was going on was neuroblastoma of the right adrenal gland. So on top of the syndrome, he had cancer. And we ended up, we came back home and we talked to our pediatrician, who was wonderful, and who actually has an oncology background. And so I'm not, we're not from Pennsylvania originally, so the only thing I knew in Pennsylvania was CHOP.
Right.
So I called CHOP, because our pediatrician said, okay, you can call CHOP or St. Christopher's. And I thought, well, I'll start with CHOP because at least I've heard of them. And we called CHOP and they said to me, what doctor did you want to speak with? And I said, well, I don't know the doctors there. So I called our pediatrician back.
And CHOP, we should tell the audience that CHOP is
Right.
Children's Hospital of Philadelphia, is one of the finest children's hospitals in really anywhere on the planet, but certainly for certain North America, but probably top 10 in the world. It is a monstrous facility, and they take care of. I mean, they don't say no to anybody. I mean, they take everyone in every kind of condition, and they specify in children's medicine. And if you are from Pennsylvania, you've probably been there or seen it at some point. I almost kind of hope you haven't been, because that would indicate that there's a huge problem. But if you're anywhere from that area of Pennsylvania, you've probably seen it. They have branches now throughout the southeastern corner of Pennsylvania. It is an absolute top shelf, which is one of the finest children's hospitals on the planet. But that's for those of you listening around the world and may not know what we're talking about, because it is kind of an interesting acronym for a hospital be called CHOP. But we'll get to that humor later. I'll be here all week. Don't forget to tip your servers. But it's Children's Hospital of Philadelphia. So please go ahead, Karen.
And what ended up happening was I called our pediatrician back and I said, well, is there a doctor that you want me to see there? And he said, do me a favor, call St. Chris. I'm associated with both hospitals. They're both excellent hospitals. You will get really good care at either one. But St. Chris is a little more manageable. I called St. Chris and we never regretted it. They were wonderful to us. And yes, I'm sure CHOP would have been great to us also, but at that point, St. Chris was much more manageable than CHOP seemed to be. And we went down there, and they, did all kinds of tests, and we were there, a whole day. Like Arlo on the Group W bench. And toward the end of the day, they had the surgeon come in. And we were just talking about this a couple of days ago. The surgeon felt Julian's belly, and he said, I feel the tumor. Because their hands are just so sensitive, and they're so knowledgeable about that. So we arranged a hospital admission. He was 7 weeks old, and he went into St. Chris for a right adrenalectomy. And when they did the surgery, the surgeon came out finally, after we waited, hours and hours, of course, and said there were mets in the liver and lymph nodes. And I said, oh my God. So we're already talking about distant spread. So this was kind of a long back and forth thing. And what ended up happening, we were followed by the clinic at St. Chris. Remember, there was no pediatric oncology in the Lehigh Valley. at that time. So you had to go to Philadelphia.
Mm-hmm.
And they basically said, come back, we're just going to follow it for now. And they kept following it. And at one point, it must have been in January, we went down there because we were going down once a month. And we would leave like 6 in the morning. When we were really lucky, we would get back by 8 at night. That's without stopping for dinner. And they would be doing every, all kinds of tests. They kind of alternated. 1 month it would be sonogram, 1 month it would be scan. And we also had to bag him for his urine. So imagine doing that on an infant. That was always very interesting. We did get very good at it because they were checking the urine. They actually someplace in Arizona or something like that, and they were following him. And then we had gone down sometime, I believe it was in January, for the routine exam. And just let me put an aside here. With neuroblastoma, it tends to have a very good prognosis in newborns.
Mm-hmm.
Like 99.99999% of them get cured with either just surgery or in some cases no treatment at all. It just goes away spontaneously.
Probably when the immune system turns over, I would imagine.
I don't know. It is deadly in an older child. Like if the child is 3 and has it, it's a horrible, horrible disease. Your child is going to die. It's just awful. And it has nothing to do with it started earlier or anything like that. At least the research has not shown that. So we went down in January, and they said it looks like we had gone to get the scan or the sonogram, I forget which, and then we went up to the clinic, and the doctor came in and said the scan was full of holes. I said, what does that mean? And he said, the Mets are just really all over the place. I thought, oh my God, this is it. Not to Jefferson. We didn't go to Jefferson.
You don't have to type so many notes, Peter. You can talk to us. You're sitting right there, mate. Talk to us.
He likes doing this. This is what he does on his job.
I don't want to interrupt.
Well, this is a good spot. Let me just do this. 5:37 Eastern Time here in the Saucon Valley. The Kennedy Effect is back live with you for August the 7th of 2022, a very warm August 7th. We hope you are having a wonderful summer and taking care of yourselves. We need to take care of ourselves. We need to take care of each other. Wherever you might be across the Facebook universe, we've shared the program to well over 100 places this week. Please feel free to stay there and listen and tune in and enjoy and take in the information we are trying to provide you, the story really that we're telling, the real life story that we're telling you this week. If you want to interact with us, comments, questions, etc., please come. You can see it right there on the screen. Our home group Facebook page, That Other Side of Information. To our sisters and brothers and friends and family at hot101.net, whom was nice enough to go into the chat and tell us that everything is sounding very good on the radio. We appreciate that very much. Please listen to hot101.net. They are fantastic. We are quite the family, and it's I would tell you about our text threads, but that is not family programming all the time. Tech issues, guys getting new pieces of equipment, rearranging studios. It's really quite a fun group of guys. I want you to check out, guys and gals, I should say. I should clarify myself to be really fair here. But we want you to be part of the Hot101.net family as well, not just for me, but for all the great DJs and other talk programs that are part of Hot 101. If you don't know how to listen to us, our name is our website. Apple App Store for Apple devices, Google Play Store for Android, and TuneIn Radio app for anyone else, Google devices, Motorola's, and so on. You can also tell your smart speaker, you can tell Alexa to play Hot101.net, and of course TCP as well. I keep telling you when I'm here that the morning show will be back, and then I don't see it. So I don't know how long they are taking for vacation, but God bless them. God bless them. Take a little bit of time off and enjoy it, but you should be checking out TCP, a really, really strong and important voice on the airwaves here in Pennsylvania, but you can watch them anywhere around the world through Facebook. You can get their radio station, WTCP, anywhere around the world as well. So, Peter, we continue through the cancer is still an issue. So you guys have not even really had an opportunity to deal with the other syndrome. You're just completely focused on cancer at this point and whether Julian's even going to make it. I mean, how long does this drag on? Where does it go before you finally have some resolution on that particular front?
Well, okay, we were dealing with the other stuff. I had managed to get Julian into early intervention, which was not so easy. I ended up taking him to early intervention at what was then United Cerebral Palsy and is now DIA. So we were doing that while all this was going on. And initially they had told me that they couldn't get me into a class. And it turned out that they didn't have room in the infant class, but then they said, we have a toddler class. He could be in that and he'll get all the same therapy. And I said, that's fine. They were very good to work with. The people who work with you directly are the best. They really go all out. And we did not have any trouble getting into the early intervention. I think that has gotten harder for people now, which is the very sad thing. I have heard stories from people. I just spoke with someone recently whose grandson is on the autism spectrum, and he's an adult now. He's doing very well, but she told me when he was little, they tried to get speech therapy for him because he really wasn't talking. I don't know whether he had the autism diagnosis. And she said, well, the insurance wouldn't pay for it. And I said, well, couldn't you have gotten it through Easter Seals or the IU or something? And she said, no. So I'm not sure why. I have to ask her more about that. But my impression is that it has gotten harder to get kids into the early intervention programs. It hasn't gotten better. It's gotten worse. So that's really scary.
Why would either of you speculate on why that is? Are we talking, is it your estimation that we're talking about more kids in need, or it's just become that much more expensive? There are not enough government dollars to help. Why would you speculate on the fact that in a 32-year period, If we just decide to use Julian's life as a time period to measure from, and life so far, by the way, let's be clear about that. That if we use that as a time reference, as a time frame reference, as medical technology has advanced and on a grand scale, and some of the child services that you needed to drive to Philadelphia for, you no longer have to do that. They have a home here in the valley, if not several homes in the valley, or places they can be accessed. Why on earth would it get more difficult?
I
know there's a little speculation probably
right.
involved, but what is your?
And I don't know for sure. This is just my idea from hearing from people, because I was just very surprised when this woman said this to me, but it's not something I haven't heard. I think yes, some of it is there probably are more children who are in need of these services. I'm not buying that the government dollars are not there. I think they just are not being allocated properly. I think the attitude is very much, let these families deal with it on their own. And it will vary from one state to another. Obviously, there will be differences.
Because the insurance rules are different in each state, and I would assume some of the federal dollars are probably block granted to the states for them to administer. So of course there's different rules in every state. I would assume, I'm saying straight out that it's an assumption for me. It's probably as difficult as your friend has had it. I would imagine it's even more difficult in the South, where we don't pay for anything, compared to a more advanced northeastern state.
Right. I know it is more difficult in the South, just from articles I've read, and not only more difficult in terms of the therapies like speech and physical therapy and things like that, just to help your child maximize his ability, but also in terms of just physical needs, like children with breathing difficulties who can't get what they need. I have definitely read stories like that. So yeah, that's it's multifaceted. I think I mentioned to you on the phone when we talked. I mean, I tell this story quite often. It would have been, I guess, mid-90s. I went down to a conference with some people from VIA and from Easter Seals. Julian went initially to UCP, which is now VIA, and then to Easter Seals, and that was local. That was and we drove down to this one conference, which was, I don't know, maybe 45 minutes away, and a representative of then PA Governor Ridge's administration was speaking at the conference. She was in charge of basically special needs services, and one thing she said was, everything is on the chopping block. Don't count on anything. Nothing is sacred. And during the Q&A, someone asked her, well, if our children are not sacred, what is the point of anything? So I think, there is that attitude, like, we're giving this to you.
Mm-hmm.
We don't have to, and we can take it away. And just remembering that this was in the 90s, and we were doing pretty well economically. I mean, the country was in reasonably good shape, so there really wasn't a good reason. It was just, we don't have to do this.
It's because they can, and because the top 0.01% doesn't want to pay taxes.
Yeah.
You're a taker.
Yeah, exactly.
They look at you as a taker.
Yes, you are a taker.
You're a taker.
That was.
And they look at Julian as and They look at Julian as a burden,
Yeah.
not a human being. Isn't that interesting with all of the debates and the so-called sanctity of life arguments that we have been seeing following the overturning of Roe and this this decision being turned back to the states, that the so-called it's a fake movement, but the so-called pro-life movement, they consider your son a burden.
They will tell you to your face that he is a blessing. You should value all life, but no.
Have you ever walked a mile in your shoes?
They do not want to provide any help. That is very clear.
Right.
I have confronted people that way. I have said, if you really feel this way, you need to step up. And no, you don't need to help my family per se. But are you donating to agencies that help children like
or volunteering?
Are you volunteering? Are you
steering folks in that direction?
Are you making your voice heard with politicians? And if you are not doing that, then no, you do not have the right to decide for someone. With Julian, let me just say this first, because this is very important. There was no choice. I mean, his syndrome was not something that could be diagnosed prenatally. And I would not tell any other person what they should or should not do.
Which is kind of the entire point.
Right. I don't have
of the women's reproductive health argument.
Right.
That's kind of the whole point. Yeah. I have said on this program, I said it just in our last several programs since the overturning of Roe, and especially the emergency or special edition of the program that we did. The general idea, and I said this to you on the phone, so it's nothing I haven't told you. I say it in public. I say it when I'm campaigning. I think it's a message candidates should be embracing when they don't know how to talk about what is a very sensitive issue. The idea of the actual medical act of abortion itself makes me a little queasy. It makes me a little queasy. I pray that not any single woman on the planet would have to face such a decision. That said, it's none of my damn business.
Yeah.
It's none of my business. Which seems to be the point that is lost on this crowd, because they need to try to paste and duct tape and super glue together these little pockets of insanity to form a coalition of voters to try to win elections. And because that coalition is shrinking, then we just play with the election itself.
Yes.
So then we'll just change the rules midstream, or we'll change the rules after the game's over because we didn't win. So I do not find it surprising in any way, but I do find it sad that now that when Julian was in utero, he was a human with a soul and needed to be protected under any and all circumstances whatsoever. But now that he's born,
right,
and especially now that we know he has this genetic abnormality, you're a burden.
right.
And we don't like you anymore.
And that is
because you might cost a tiny group of really, 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 really rich people a few pennies, and we don't like that. We don't like that.
Yeah, and the other thing I would say though is, as I said, I don't have the right to tell someone what decision they should make. But I do have an obligation to speak truth. I will not lie to anyone about what it is to take care of Julian. And he's one of the easier ones. I mean, he's not in a wheelchair. He doesn't have seizures, so he's easier than some people might be. And while we are not wealthy, we're at least sort of middle class, so we can at least kind of manage. But what I will tell people is, no, you should not expect to get the help you will need. You should not expect that you will be able to provide the care your child needs.
So before we get to the top of the hour and enter the second hour of the show, did you know we're entering the second hour already? I told you. I promised you it was going to go quick.
Yeah,
I promised you it would be quick. But before we get to 6 o'clock and reset and get into the second hour, let's close the section of the book with Julian's cancer. How did that solve itself? The next hour we'll try to get more into syndrome he has and then as we move on we'll talk about navigating the system, so to speak, and what you have to look forward to or not look forward to, as it were.
Yeah,
but let's before we get to the top of the hour, let's kind of close that chapter. So you're able to get him in an early intervention program. You're continuing to travel to Philadelphia to have his cancer monitored for.
Basically, they were just following him.
Right. And how is that going?
Okay.
How are we working through that?
When we had this very scary thing happen in January of '91, we talked with the oncologist, and we said, well, what do we do now? Where do we go from here? And we also talked with our pediatrician. So there are two facets to this. One, and this is another reason why I love St. Chris, the oncologist called everyone. He contacted people all over the country to get their recommendations for treatment. And basically, some were saying go to chemo, and some were saying you can hold off. Even the people who were saying go to chemo were saying you should be fine waiting and watching it for 6 months. So we talked with our pediatrician again, and he said, he's incredibly knowledgeable. He trained at Memorial Sloan Kettering. He said, this is the way neuroblastoma behaves in newborns. Why are they even talking about chemo? Neuroblastoma basically explodes, it like blooms all over. And then it just kind of shrinks down like, and that is pretty much what happened. We were still
remarkably, well, maybe not remarkably, because the science says that this is not unusual, but from a lay person's standpoint, so to speak, a non-medical person's standpoint, especially a parental standpoint, you already have this enormous issue of the syndrome to deal with, the cancer on top of it. So to continue to go there and just be told, we're good, it's working its way out, we're all right, must have been a sigh of relief that I can't really even imagine.
It was mixed. It was, yes, I felt like, this will be good if we don't have to have chemo. I mean, I actually worked in oncology a long time ago at a hospital in New York, and I'm thinking, oh my God, if he has chemo, am I dealing with a leukemia 20 years down the road? So, that was going through my mind. And we ended up, just holding off. We went down in May. We had been delayed going down because I, as an adult, had chicken pox because I had never had it as a child. You don't want to know about that. It was not fun.
At what point did you guys think that God really wasn't in your corner? I mean, it just...
Way past that. Way past that. We finally got down there, and I was still like, I still had scars all over me. And they were doing the sonogram, and we were watching it. It was taking a really long time. And then afterward, we went up to the clinic, and we saw initially one of the, I don't know, interns or medical students, I don't remember. And she said, how's he doing? And I said, they were taking an awful lot of pictures down there. And she went out, and then she came back in with the doctor, and they both had these big smiles on their faces. And I said, what? And the doctor looked at us and said, oh, she didn't tell you? And I said, no. And he said, they couldn't find any mets. That's why they were taking all those pictures. So that was a very, very happy day. So that was kind of how that got resolved. They did keep following him for several years, really until he was about 5. They kept following him, and then they dismissed him from the clinic.
This might sound like a very cold question, but from a modern day political and policy standpoint, if we just deal with that particular, I realize that you can't separate one from the other. Julian is a whole human being. If we just talk about the cancer part and the drives to Philly and all of that, who's paying for all this?
Okay, we did have reasonably good insurance at the time. Peter was working for AT&T, and we had the best insurance we could get for his position, which was fortunate because we didn't know ahead of time that this was going to happen. It was mostly covered. There definitely were some costs, and it was pretty scary. So yeah, there were economic issues, and had we not had good insurance, I don't really want to think about it. It's very scary. We did have one experience. Are you coming up on a break?
Go ahead. No, tell me.
Okay. We were also, since we were doing the oncology at St. Chris, we did other things because there were other things going on with him. There was an ophthalmology issue. Julian has no peripheral vision in his right eye, and he has what's called Duane syndrome, and I'm not going to go into that right now. It's certainly not life-threatening. But we were also seeing a neurologist at St. Chris because it just didn't work out to see a neurologist here in the Lehigh Valley when we were constantly going down to St. Chris. And when Julian and our older son came down with chickenpox. I came down with chickenpox. So when we were going through that, I called to reschedule appointments. Called oncology, no problem. Called ophthalmology, no problem, because we would try to do everything on the same day. So
of course, right.
We weren't going down there all the time. Called neurology and spoke to a receptionist there, and she said to me, well, if he doesn't keep this appointment, it'll be 6 months before the doctor can see him. And I said, well, wait a minute, the doctor just ordered all these tests. And, we went through the testing. I think the doctor probably wants to see him. And I was like, oh my God, what do I do now? So for some reason, I called oncology back. And I spoke to the receptionist, and she said, Karen, do me a favor. Call them back. And, you've made your appointment with us and with ophthalmology. Ask them if maybe there's someone who has a later appointment, like, a couple of weeks or months from now, who would like to switch with you. And you could get the appointment on the day you come back to us. So I said, oh, what a great idea. And I called back, and the receptionist said to me, we don't do that. And I was like, someone wouldn't like to have an earlier appointment. And I insisted on speaking with the doctor. And the receptionist said to me, oh, he's just going to tell you the same thing because he's going to come to me and I'm going to tell him what the schedule is. And I said, well, I'd like to speak with the doctor anyway. And I spoke with the doctor, and there were two things that he said to me that, were very interesting. One was he asked if we had private insurance. So that got us a step ahead, God forbid if we hadn't. And,
Right.
Who wants to think of what happens to those children if their parents don't? But also he said to me, look, these people who work for us, not that they're not good people, but they're not knowledgeable. They're not people who can think outside the box. And afterward, the way I described it to people was, and I was very gracious to the doctor. I mean, we did like this doctor very much. So I didn't say any of this to him. Actually, I did say a part of it to him. If we had not been educated, middle-class people who knew how to push, our child would not have been seen. So I think that's a really...
And it sounds like if you were on any type of publicly funded
right.
medical assistance at that point, i.e. Medicare, Medicaid, you would have got conveniently shuffled to the back of the line.
Can we introduce Julian? Can she come into the room? Can we just say hello? Okay, this is our older son, Philip. This is Jeff. And this is Julian. Julie, can you say hi, Jeff?
Hi.
Yeah.
Hey, Julian, how are you?
You good?
Hi.
How are you doing today?
You having a good day?
Are you good? Okay.
Guess what, Julian? You're talking literally to people all over the world right now.
Good, he's looking, because we used to do a Zoom call with a program that he attended, and he would look away. He would always look away. Maybe
I still do it.
He's looking at your pictures.
I still look away. I still have a very bad habit. I actually congratulated I had to give my guest from a few weeks ago a lot of credit. She was really disciplined about staring into the camera. And I have been doing television since I was in high school.
Oh, really? Yeah.
And I'm not afraid of the camera. I'm not afraid of the microphone. I'm not afraid of big crowds. Not afraid of any of it. But I do have a tendency when we're doing these Zooms to look at you in your square.
Yeah, and
because I feel like because I feel like I'm talking to you, and I know that from a visual point of view that can be a little weird. It looks a little strange, like I'm looking off into some strange direction.
By looking at the camera.
Right, it's a very
on top of my computer.
right, and it's a difficult thing. I can see me. I know you're there. You're at least on my screen currently. You're in the lower left-hand corner. I just tend to look at you, and I look at your eyes the same way that if we were talking in person. But that's
It's a little easier because
I'm supposed to be the pro here, and I can't seem to keep myself focused on the camera, even though there's a big green light right up there that says, "Hey, by the way, you're on," and you might want to look at me. When I started this program, I did some of it. I had much less tech than I have now. I can tell you that, and I literally had to put a big yellow Post-it note right next to the camera. I drew a very bad, ugly set of emoji eyes and said, "Look right here," with a big arrow to try to get myself to focus on the camera, but I just simply can't do it. The only time I seem to be able to do it is when everybody has their cameras off. Then I'm really good at it. And I don't, which is pointless because nobody's looking at me at that point. But anyway, all that said, it's 6:08 Eastern Time, into our second hour of the program. Kind enough to interrupt dinner behind you. I hope.
Yeah,
I will let you get to
to have them.
I'll let you get to dinner when you need it, but it's
Okay.
we're learning the story of the Leonard family, and not just about. We're trying to approach the program here not just about what is different about Julian, but what does a family have to go through when these situations occur. And I think that when we as a society, we in the general sense, we as an overall population, we tend to think of these things along the lines of, wow, the financial burdens and stresses on when a family member has cancer, or when they are perhaps in a wheelchair. And those are very serious things. We don't always think about the things that Karen and Peter and the rest of the family have to go through. The navigation of the system, the different agencies that you have to contact, or that you need to contact, or that you want to contact. We just touched on it a little bit there at the end of the hour, as far as the unresponsiveness of some of the organizations, be they medical or governmental. Interesting that Karen relays the story of a government official when Tom Ridge was governor of Pennsylvania, literally looking her in the face and saying, "You're getting cut. Screwed. You're screwed. Sorry, we're not here. We are not here to help you." And to an extent, I actually kind of, in a very strange way, I actually kind of applaud that, because at least they had the stones to look you in the face and say, "We're not here to help you. We're going to try to cut everything," instead of the folks today who will tell you how important you are, and that you matter to them, and crocodile tears and all of that good stuff. But let's reset the program at 6:10 Eastern Time. This is the Kennedy Effect, and we are live with you for the 7th of August, 2022, into, past the halfway point of summer already, if you can believe it. 2022 is quite literally speeding by. We are 93 days, I believe it is, to General Election Day throughout the country. Just about 3 months away from General Election Day. Wherever you might be across Facebook, and we have been lucky enough to have the program shared to well over 100 locations across the Facebook universe. We thank you for being here. Whatever group or page or timeline, insert proper term here, that you may be watching on, please feel free to stay right there. And please know that every single individual, every group, every page that shares or allows this program to be shared, we are eternally grateful. We could not do it without you. Stay there, enjoy however it is that you're listening or watching in small bits as you get ready for dinner, as the rest of the Leonard family is doing, or many of you across the country and around the world. Thank you for being there. If you would like to comment, ask questions, or anything of the sort, interact with us in any way, agree with me, tell me I'm wrong, say hello to Karen and Peter and everyone, come to our home group Facebook page. It's right there on the screen. That other side of information is our home group Facebook page. To our sisters and brothers and friends and family at hot101.net, thank you for being there. Hot101.net, our name is our web address. It is, that's how you can find us. You can stream us on any kind of device you can possibly think of. You can tell Alexa to play hot101.net, Apple App Store, Google Play Store for Android, and the TuneIn Radio app. Thomas Mack, Sergeant Mack, a frequent guest on our program and member of our program family and dear friend, comes up on following us at 9 p.m. Eastern Time here on hot101.net. I managed and remembered to do a TikTok promotional video for this program today. I did it a whopping 50 minutes before we started. I'm sure you've all seen it, because God knows the 50 minutes lead time gave you plenty of time. I was not shaved. I looked like hell, to be perfectly honest with you. It looked like I just woke up, a big loose t-shirt on. I think my hair was all over the place. I'm like, holy crap, I need to go get ready. Hey, by the way, TikTok, look at me. I look like a disheveled mess, and I need to go get ready for a show. So check us out there as well, that other side of information. And TCP, of course, the morning show, I believe, will be back tomorrow. If it's not, then it just means that summer vacation is going on, and God bless them for being able to take a good summer vacation. I think it was probably a month ago now that I went down, traveled to Lancaster, sat in on the morning show as a guest. Our TCP family is a wonderful, wonderful, wonderful group of people. I'm so proud to be part of their group as well. You should be checking them out as well. So back to things. Let me actually slip in here real quick what's coming up on the program in the coming weeks. I'm sure this will all shock you tremendously. I hope you're all sitting down. We do not currently have a guest for next week. Shocker, surprise. He doesn't have a guest ready yet for this week. But I want to say to everyone listening, live, recorded, however it is that you're taking in the program, it is our plan, it is our intention to open up the program for candidates for office, state and federal level, anywhere in the country for the remainder of our Sundays together until Election Day. If you are a candidate for state representative, state senate, governor, secretary of state, statewide office, anywhere in the United States. If you are a candidate for federal office, anywhere in the United States, you are welcome here. You are welcome here every Sunday that we are here until Election Day itself. And I hope you will take advantage of it, because a lot of you have no money. And too many of you, darn it, have no money. And a lot of you could use, you take the video after, we send videos after. George is kind enough to send the videos to all of our guests after. They use it for website content, they use it for promotional videos, they use it for whatever they use it for. So if you are a candidate for state or federal office anywhere in the United States, it is our plan and our intention, as long as you show up at the door, as long as you knock on the door, we'll let you in. Come and talk to the people of the United States from now until Election Day. We continue with Karen. Karen, I gotta be honest with you, I feel so bad. Everybody's eating dinner next behind you, and I got you, and I have you tied. I have you tied to the computer here.
No, you know what? I'm going to get to eat dinner on my own.
Oh my!
I mean, that'll, you know, this is
gonna be quiet. It's gonna be a quiet one.
That never happens. Well, you know, I think we actually have. We generally have very enjoyable dinners, so I have no complaints about our dinners. But it'll be nice, you know, to have a solitary dinner. I think I can get into that. Peter and I don't get to go out to quiet cafes or anything like that. But you know, I mean, we can't hope for miracles. But I'll accept my quiet dinner.
So I know that we mentioned it a little briefly in the first hour. I think I may have cut you off with a question that popped into my brain, but is there a I guess simple, but that's actually not the kind of word I'm going for. Is there not even a bumper sticker either. So when you have to explain the syndrome that Julian has, how do you do it? What do you tell folks?
Basically, you know, a lot of what I've told you tonight, you know, he has intellectual limitations. I tell them about what his functioning level is. I tell him that I tell them that there can be differences in terms of how other people with the syndrome function. This is how he functions. Like I said, we thought that he might not end up speaking, and we were very happy that, you know, he did finally start to speak. It's always going to be limited. His receptive language skills were always quite good. He understood everything. He listens when he wants.
He's a typical.
Aren't we all? Don't we? I was going to say, don't we all kind of do that occasionally? Yes. Kind of listen when we feel like it.
Yes, he has selective hearing. But you know, I was just very happy with whatever whatever speech I was getting from him. I can remember when he was in kindergarten, it was the end of the school year, and I had volunteered to bring some stuff down to the park, and I actually picked up Julian and had him in the car with me, and I was singing Old MacDonald to him, and all of a sudden he joined on the E-I-E-I-O. Well, I was ecstatic, because, you know, not only did I worry that he wouldn't speak, but it was like, oh man, he's not going to sing either. Well, Julian sings all the time now. So, you know, that's very exciting to us. He loves to sing. And we are a musical family, so that's kind of important. He's, you know, it's always, there are always going to be limitations. I tell people that, yes, he reads, and that, you know, I've had teachers say to me, well, he's just decoding. He's not really reading. He doesn't have comprehension. And that's just not true. If I'm reading a story with him and he's laughing hysterically, he understands what's going on in the story. One story that I tell is that when E.T. was re-released in theaters, we took him to see it, and he loved it. He went crazy over it. And at the end of the movie, I turned to him and I said, Julie, what movie did we see? And he said, E.T. And I said, what did E.T. want to do? And he said, phone home. And I said, and what did he do with the boys? And he said, flying. So I always tell people, he got the salient point of the movie. So, you know, don't tell me that there's no comprehension. Is it limited? Yes, I understand that. I know he's not going to go to law school. But yeah, there are things going on in his mind, and, you know, I can't say that that's not happening. And I won't allow anyone else to say that.
So let's talk about.
He can't be on his own. I should mention that.
So it's constant supervision.
Yeah, I mean, he can be in the living room when I'm in the kitchen.
Right.
But he.
But he's not. If you and Peter decide to go out to dinner or take a day trip to Gettysburg or wherever, we're not. That's not happening.
That's not going to happen, and he can't go outside on his own. You know, I remember teachers saying to me, "Well, would you let him walk to Wawa by himself?" And I said, "No, are you kidding?" I mean, you know, it just.
Well, that's not even so much about him as much as it is sometimes how everyone else is going to take it, isn't it? Sadly.
No, not entirely. He can't cross. He can't cross the street by himself.
Got it.
So no, he can't do that. He also would not have stranger anxiety. He would probably go with anyone. So no, it would not be safe. He has to be with someone at all times.
So let's talk about school.
Okay.
We get past the cancer stage. You mentioned he was in kindergarten. What was the schooling process? Was he in public school? Did you have to find a specialty school? Did you talk to us about schooling?
Okay. I was very clear that I wanted as much inclusion as possible. I didn't think it would be helpful to have him isolated in, you know, some classroom with just special children. I thought children should be together. And we live right near the school that he attended. You know, we're a block away.
Did you get pushback for that? Did you have to?
Oh yeah.
Did you have to provide you know, uh, almost like a written justification for it? Was it pushback
I
from?
had to push. They definitely wanted me to go with the IU classroom, and I basically said, the IU people are wonderful. Nothing against
For the folks that don't know, Karen, IU means what?
intermediate unit,
Okay.
and they handle
More of a, would that be more of a concentrated, or more of what, maybe more of what we would generally consider special education?
It's basically special education.
Got it.
Now, you can have IU services and be in a regular classroom, or be partially included.
If I could pluck out another term out of nowhere, because I originally went to college to teach. I'd like to think that we teach here on this program. You wanted him to be mainstreamed.
Yeah, they don't really use that term.
We don't use that term anymore.
But it's a perfectly nice term. I don't know.
Right. Okay. But you wanted him to be in a standard classroom for as
much as possible.
At least as much as possible, or much as the school could accommodate.
Yes.
Okay.
What we did initially, he was going to kindergarten actually it was March School here in Easton, and they had wanted me to send him to Forks Elementary School, which was where the IU classroom was at that time.
Mm-hmm.
And I said to them, well, what if we, and one of the carrots they held out for me was, well, it's full day kindergarten. And I said, I don't believe in full day kindergarten. I think they're too little. And then I said to them, well, what about if he goes to March School in the morning and goes to Forks in the afternoon, or vice versa? And they said, no, we can't do that. And I said, okay, then he's going to March. So we went through the year, and we decided to, it was recommended that we repeat kindergarten, which was fine. It made sense.
Right.
And as we were walking to the meeting, for what they call the Individual Education Plan, IEP, because, it's a lot of alphabet soup here.
Right.
I was walking with the assistant director for special ed for the district, and she said to me, Karen, we have a wonderful idea. Why doesn't Julian go to Forks in the morning, and then he will go to March in the afternoon? And with incredible self-control, I just said to her, yes, honey, that's a wonderful idea.
Mm-hmm.
I have to say that the principal of March School at that time was very willing to listen to me. I gave him a number of articles on inclusion, and he took them home and read them. And he basically said, yes, I think we can do this. So we went through elementary school with the inclusion. He did have an aide with him at all times.
Do we mean literally sitting right next to him?
Basically,
or in the room?
Not necessarily 100% of the time. Like the aide would be, they always say that the best aides work with the individual child, but they also work with the rest of the class. And
Got you.
We had some wonderful aides who worked with him, and some wonderful teachers. We really did. We went through elementary school with that system. They wouldn't do a full-time aide because then they would have to pay the person's benefits.
Right.
So it was one aide in the morning and one in the afternoon, which was fine. They were both, in all cases,
Mm-hmm.
the people were very good. I have no complaints about them. When we were at the point where he was ready for middle school, I started getting a lot of pushback from the district that they wanted him to go with the IU class. And there were two options for that. One was, I don't even remember exactly where it was. It might have been all the way up in Penn Argyl or something, and one was in Nazareth. And I went to visit the classes with the person who was then principal of March School, who was not the principal I dealt with initially, and also the speech therapist. And I remember saying to my husband, I'm taking the aspirin now because I know I'm getting the headache later. And it was just really not pleasant. They were really pushing me. The one classroom we went to.
Who do you think they were pushing you for?
Oh,
for his good or theirs?
I think they probably thought to some degree that this is what you have to do with
this is how we've always done it.
Yeah, this is the best way. We know everything. And I would say, okay, we've been doing public education on a mass level for what, maybe 100, 150 years. Do we really think we know everything about it? And we've been doing special ed for even a shorter amount of time. Do we really think we know everything about it? Which wasn't received very well. And the one classroom, I remember the teacher said, because they said to her, well, Karen is really interested in inclusion. What possibilities would there be for that? And the teacher said, well, I only had one child ever who was included, and I didn't think that was appropriate. And I just thought, okay, this is not for me. And what I was seeing in the classroom was there would be children sitting at desks, excuse me, counting buttons into a jar. And then they would empty the jar and count it over again. So this was the great education that was going on.
It sounds more like babysitting.
It was, that's what it felt like to me. The school I looked at in Nazareth seemed a little better just because I felt like the teacher was more open-minded. And then we went to the Eastern Middle School, which was its home district. And afterwards, we went and talked about it, and I said I wanted to go to the middle school, and the speech therapist just kind of went, oh. And which I felt was very inappropriate.
Yeah, I should say, yeah, just a touch, just a little bit.
And so he ended up, going to the middle school. It was an IU. Well, it wasn't an IU classroom. It was a special ed classroom. And there was some inclusion. I wasn't thrilled with it, but it was the best option I had. And we basically continued that system through high school. And I just insisted on him being, it was basically a special ed class, but it was within his home school. And we got to do at least some inclusion, which was not necessarily the way I would have liked it. One of the experiences I had was I had him in chorus. And I knew at that point he didn't really sing. And so so he wasn't really participating, but he enjoyed being there, and he certainly wasn't disruptive. And at one point, the teacher for chorus complained and basically was, trying to oust him from chorus. And she said, first of all, the aide takes him out early. And I said, well, yes, she has to, because he has transportation services from the IU, and that's when the bus leaves. So he has to be out there to get the bus. I have no control over that. And the other thing she complained about was he's swinging his feet. Because it was like in the auditorium, and he was sitting in the auditorium chair swinging his feet. And I said, he's shorter than the other kids. That's another characteristic of the syndrome, by the way, is short stature. He'll never be able to have high feet tall. I said, his feet don't touch the floor. But this was the big thing that she was complaining about, that he was swinging his feet. And, it was just, I don't want to be bothered with this kid, was what it really amounted to.
I'm glad you said it before I did, because that's where I was going.
Yeah, and it was so crazy, because, even the aides who worked with him would say to me, you should see some of the other kids there who are, who can be so disruptive. He's never disruptive.
So did you take it as, you did basically just say it, but did you take it as that they just didn't want to deal with it?
That's pretty much the way I took it. But, why? Why do you not want to deal with a kid who's not really being disruptive? What is the problem? And
was this
and I insisted on him staying, by the way.
Was this something that you were hearing throughout all of the courses, or just this particular one, or
yeah,
was that the general reaction you were getting, or were there other classes and teachers that were happy to have him?
I don't think. I don't think the teacher he had in middle school was too happy about being there.
Did you see it get better as he got older? Let's remember now, we're moving through time, so we're moving deeper into the 90s, approaching the turn of the century. Attitudes are changing. Inclusion is becoming more of a I guess I'd say a regular thing, but maybe I should say not such a special thing. But no good way to get around that one. But did you find it easier as he got older, as the district became more and more? They knew he wasn't going anywhere. Let's put it that way.
They kind of put up with it. I don't think they were ever thrilled about it. I think some people were fine.
Did you find yourself in a group of parents facing the same thing? Maybe obviously not the same syndrome, because we've established that Julian syndrome is exceptionally rare. But did you find were you the only parent having these issues, or were there others, or were there other parents? Was it on one side or the other? Were there other parents that just said, "Oh, just stop and go to the IU already, because we do it and it's fine"? Or what were you finding with the other parents?
Okay, most parents were going to the IU. Not
right.
There were very few who were challenging that.
Right.
Most parents were just accepting.
Did you have any other parents that were standing with you on that?
Not really. I think, I suspect I would have had more, maybe, had we lived somewhere else. This is a very conservative area. And I think very few people were willing to challenge that. And some of it has to do with there were parents who may not have thought they had an option. They may have thought this is just the way it goes. And
Again, it's the
for
way we've
whatever
always.
reason, I had read enough, heard enough, talked to enough people that I knew I didn't have to go that route.
So again, it was if I'm not putting words in your mouth, and that's not my intention, this is the way we do it because it's the way we've always done it.
Yeah, basically. And there were some people who, you know, sincerely felt that it would be better for their child to go through the IU and not have the inclusion. And, you know,
There's nothing wrong with that either.
There's nothing wrong with that. You know, if that's what they truly believe, after, you know, doing their research and thinking, yes, that's fine.
Well, we spoke earlier about personal choice, didn't we?
Yeah.
I mean, so those parents made that choice, and God bless them for it. They should be allowed to make that choice, but you should have been allowed to make a different choice and not kind of be guilty and not be guilted or shamed for it.
They kind of let me know that they weren't especially happy about it. You know, some people were fine with it, obviously.
But how was Julian received by the other students? Was there ever any issue there?
I don't think he ever had a problem with other students. He has a very delightful personality. People tend to like him. So I think that helped.
But you never received any sort of, you know, reactions or feedback that it was...
No.
Right.
No, that was not an issue. So, you know, that was just, that part of it was fine. And there were certainly teachers who really loved him.
What else happened in school? What other kind of subjects was he good at, or did he take a shine to? You mentioned chorus, but was there anything else that jumped out that he was particularly, maybe more so than more so than something else?
Right. He's always loved books. You know, story time is fine with him. So that was never a problem. You know, there is limited cognitive ability, so he just did what he could. Math is always going to be difficult. He can add 1 to the numbers from 1 to 10. It's really hard to go beyond that. I don't think that's ever going to change.
What reactions did you get from him through his schooling? As he began to communicate with you more, what were you able to get from him? Was it very simple as far as, and when I mean simple, I mean, how was your day today? Okay, and that was kind of it. Or were you
isn't even capable of
no
answering something like that? I mean, he'll just, if I say something like, "Did you have a good day?" he'll say yes. Is it reliable? Not necessarily.
It might just be the
like a stock answer.
I was going to say almost like a pre-programmed answer, but I'm trying to be so careful of my words because I don't want to get them wrong, and I don't want to give the wrong impression of anything. I want you to explain it. But is it almost like a pre-programmed response that when someone says "How was your day?" you say yes? Kind of a standard thing, like when somebody says "How are you?" and you go, "Oh, fine, yeah."
Yeah.
Even if you're not.
Exactly.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right. Do you think school helped him?
Well, yes. You know, if only because of exposure. I mean, social exposure. You know, whatever intellectual exposure there was, whatever he could take in. Yes, I think he enjoyed school. I think he was fine with going to school. You know, it was never like he didn't enjoy it.
What do you think it did for him socially?
Just having some interaction.
I had a whopping 15 seconds with your son and on a video screen.
Yeah.
And yet somehow I still get the sense that he's a very social human being.
I think somewhat less so than he used to be. excuse me, I'm going to grab some water.
You do anything you need to. We're not that formal.
Right. I think somewhat less so than he used to be. I think the pandemic kind of interrupted a lot of things. That's the understatement of the millennium.
It got, it's not just him, it got us all.
Yeah, he was attending a day program before the pandemic. And I think he really enjoyed going.
Mm-hmm.
He didn't form friendships. I think some of the higher functioning people did. I think it's just hard for him to do that. But that doesn't mean he didn't enjoy seeing people. I mean, he definitely made it known that he had his favorites. He was really happy to see certain people. He's a flirt. He really is.
I was going to ask you how many girls he mowed through there in school.
He definitely is a flirt.
How many prom dates? Did he do stuff? Did he do stuff like that? Did he do prom?
We really didn't do stuff like that. But
did he do sporting events or any of that?
We tried a little bit.
Or was it too much? So especially maybe look. I know the Easton School District. With the wrestling in the gym, is there too much going on, or is it, the football games? Is there just too much happening?
Some summer sports programs, and it was tough. I mean,
well,
I'm glad I did it, but
right.
It wasn't easy to do.
Even just to be a viewer, not even an actual athlete, but just to. Could you take him to things just to take them in, or were they not? He just didn't.
We really didn't try to do that when he was in school. I think it's something that he might enjoy now because he's gotten into watching sports on the internet, which is funny. We're not a sports family. We're not. We like physical activity, but for me, physical activity is like, going on a hike or something like that.
Right.
I've never been someone who really enjoys going to a game. I have nothing against it. Just it's something that has happened.
Do you do that? Does he do that with you? If you guys decide to go to Bushkill Falls and hike or something, does he go with you?
Yeah, we haven't done it in a really long time, but yes, right. He has done that, and he has hiked all around the Bushkill Falls Trail. Like I've gone to all the waterfalls. He's a good hiker. We haven't done it in a while because we just haven't gotten to do that.
Well, it's been that kind. Yeah, I mean, it's better to be careful. When you were going through the pandemic, did you have any extra concerns for him to catch it? Would it have done anything different to him than it did to anybody else? Was he especially in it? Is he in a special risk group?
Yeah, I think in terms of breathing issues, we might be a little more concerned for him. He doesn't have anything like asthma.
I have asthma. He doesn't want it.
Yeah.
Yeah, he doesn't want it. But, it's not fun.
No, of course not. It's scary. But when he gets a cold, we do worry. He's come through a lot of colds and he's been fine. He used to get croup a lot when he was little, and that was pretty scary. He seems fine with that now, but it was something we worried about. I would be worried about him. He's had a couple of different surgeries in his life. He's been fine now for many years, but he has had surgeries, and it's very hard to intubate him, like if they have to put him out. His tonsils are described as kissing tonsils. and there's a very narrow passage. The sinuses are narrow. So yeah, I would be worried, and I was definitely concerned when the pandemic hit.
I would think this probably sounds like a very, dare I say, even stupid question for someone who is 32 years old. Is he done developing physically? Is his physical condition that's it?
Yeah, I think he is what he is, and that's where he'll be.
Does he have again, I hope you'll apologize for the sensitivity of the question. Does he have a different lifespan expectation than someone without his syndrome?
Not as far as we know, but again, it's such a small population. It's very hard to say. But from what I've seen of the research, there's no reason to assume he would not live a normal lifespan.
Is Julian being followed by any of the doctors that you've seen in your life as a case study? And please, folks, for all of you listening at home, I don't in any way mean a lab rat experiment, but I mean, are they, when you go check in, do they take special note of that to say, here's someone with that syndrome and here's how he's doing, and let's compare that to the rest of the population, or what we can learn in return from Julian and his experiences and his health? Is he followed as a case study in that way? I hope you understand what I'm asking, but
yeah, I do.
I hope I'm asking it the right way.
Not at this time. No.
It would seem to me he could be learned as much as we would like to teach him. He could teach us.
Yeah, I think it's certainly possible that we could set something up. I'm looking at, my husband opened a page for the Rubinstein-Taybi syndrome support group.
Mm-hmm.
And I think what I'll do, I think the easiest thing to do would be to just send you that information, just because it's kind of interesting.
We'll find, folks, George and I, one of us will find that group in Facebook. Right. We'll put the link in for this on the page on the page by itself, or inside the comment section of the program. But we'll find a link for that, and we'll share it with you when I can find it.
Yeah, we did meet Dr. Rubinstein many years ago. We didn't get to talk to Dr. Taybi. We went to a conference when Julian was 2. And Dr. Rubinstein did examine Julian. He saw every child at that conference. So there are notes about Julian.
Well, I just didn't know if he had, if he was any different than anyone else with the syndrome. I mean, it might sound cold, folks. I hope you're not taking it that way, but it is one way that we learn. We learn, how did we learn what we learned about COVID? We learned about what it did to people. And then you start building, numbers of this, people with this precondition are subject to have this much more of an adverse reaction and so on. It's just science. It's not, I'm not suggesting anybody, put Julian in a lab. I'm simply saying that when they go and they do the things that they do to all the rest of us, heart rate, blood pressure, weight, reflexes, that they're probably learning. I would hope that they're learning from him as much as we all learn from him.
Probably, this is something we could probably establish. We'd kind of let it go, because you do get busy in your life.
Oh, sure.
As you understand. So, it is something that we can look into at some point, and probably it would be beneficial.
How did, honestly, I don't know if you have siblings, if Peter has siblings, but how did they react, and how have they been through all of this? Have they been helpful? Do they understand? Are they just like, hey, this is cool, this is how it is, we love Julian, and that's that? Or is it sometimes I'm desperately groping for words, but I think you know what I mean. I mean, is it?
Yeah, I think, they've certainly been accepting. I never felt that Julian was not accepted. I don't know. It's hard to say. I wonder if people could have been more helpful. I don't know.
Do you consider Julian to be a social creature, or is he like you mentioned that he really can't be left alone? You can be in the kitchen when he's in the living room, but does he prefer I'm going to my bedroom and I'm going to kind of hang out?
No, he doesn't.
Or does he always want to be around someone?
He's okay. He likes the computer a lot. So, if you let him go on YouTube, he's fine. I think he has become, unfortunately, less of a social creature.
In the last probably 2 to 3 years, yeah.
Yeah. So
like many people have, by the way.
Yeah, I'm hoping that changes.
Have you ever had have you had animals in the house? Has that been anything that?
Oh, not for a while. Yeah, we had at one point we had a dog here when we had relatives living with us, and they had a dog. Julian was all right with the dog at that time. At this point, he has some fear of dogs, like serious fear. So I don't quite know what to do about that. We did have a cat at one time. That was not, that was not a problem. He liked having the cat, I think. I think he can take them or leave them. I don't think he's like thrilled about animals. But one thing that I have thought about, we are planning to move, like I mentioned to you, we're trying to sell our house. And a lot of things are kind of on hold. And I'm thinking, maybe after we are settled in our new home and hopefully things are okay in terms of any this pandemic or any new pandemic that we may
or the next one.
Yeah. I'm thinking of trying to find some way that I can have him associate more with some animals. I'd really like to do that. So I may look into some kind of behavioral therapies or something like that.
I know there are, especially the rescue sanctuaries for what we generally refer to as farm animals and or horses will do that. And he doesn't have to go riding a horse, but just to be able to interact.
Yeah.
I know things like that are big, and becoming even more so. And I know that the animal sanctuaries actually will help with that because it helps them. It's actually good for the animals as well.
Right.
What do you... I want to, in the next hour, I'm not going to keep you forever, I promise. We're going to try to take the program to 8 o'clock, but I'm going to let Karen go before that. But before we get to the top of this hour, because really in the next hour, I want to kind of get into the financials and the more... I mean, I don't want to see your taxes. I'm just saying I want to get into the financials. I know
exactly what you mean.
Yeah, and the, work and insurance and dealing with government and things like that. But as we come to the top of this hour, what do you, because it sounds like a very final question. We're not ending that way, but what do you hope for Julian? What do you expect of him, or do you have expectations? What do you, is where he is now good? Are you, if he continues in this fashion, then you are comfortable, you're good with him, for him? What do you see? What do you want? What future is there?
Of course, you always hope for more for your child. I would like to see him develop more. I know he may not. I know this may be as good as it gets. And if that's the case, I am okay with it. So I don't know, does that...
Well, I mean, you mentioned before that you don't expect that he'll be able to work.
Right, yeah.
Is there
I
any...
could look into it, but,
Right, but probably not. Would there be any more... Is he into art? Would there be any more schooling or anything like that? Or is it just kind of we are where we are at this point? I know you mentioned, we just obviously talked about animal therapy, but I mean, is there art therapy to be a possibility? Is there any more, even if it was just one kind of class involving something that he shows an interest in, just maybe just for the sake of doing it, because why not take a class? Is that what we're hoping for, or is
that would be great, yeah. I have also thought about...
is he a traveler? Like if you guys do get if you do get a chance to go somewhere, maybe even if it is just a day trip, Gettysburg, Philadelphia, or something, or if you take a week at the Jersey Shore or something, does he enjoy that, or is the change a very big thing?
Done okay in the past. Again, it's been a while. For not only because of the pandemic, but just financially we worry. We're on a very tight budget. My husband's one of those people who got downsized and never really had a good job after that, unfortunately.
Right. Tell me about
it. Yeah, exactly. It's not something we've been able to do a lot. When we've traveled in the past, he's done okay. It's something I would like to do in the future. So that, that would be really good if we can do that. As far as things like taking a class, I mean, I would love to give him piano lessons. Because a long time ago, we did have a piano in the house. It wasn't a very good one. We had gotten it from family. And I don't play piano. I'm a folk singer, so I do, guitar and stuff like that. But I would notice Julian would go over to the piano and he would mess around on it. And one time, my sister and brother-in-law were here, and my brother-in-law came into the room and said, "Oh, I thought you were playing the piano." And I said, "No, I don't play that well. That's Julian." So I think I would like to try giving him piano lessons at some point. It's something that I've always thought about, and somehow we never were able to do it for a variety of reasons. And that's one thing I keep in mind, like, well, when we move, we should get a decent keyboard. And
I mean, the electronic ones, I mean, they're not fancy, but they sound...
I know.
The technology has come so far, it sounds like a regular piano, and it might be just enough to give him something to that spark or that push, if it's there in front of him. That's really super interesting. That must have been something. That's funny for you to say that too, that he plays better than I do.
I mean, I don't play piano at all. I mean, I can figure out a song on piano. I have a good enough ear to do that, and I can, read music well enough that I can locate notes on the piano. I know what the scale is on the piano, but I don't play. But he would go over to the piano, and it would sound really good. I mean, he definitely had a system in his mind for how it was supposed to sound and what he was supposed to do with his hands. So I don't know. I'd like to do that with him. Who knows?
7:03 Eastern Time. This is the Kennedy Effect live with you for August 7th, 2022. It is our plan currently to be with you live next week on the 14th. No guest scheduled as of yet, but we will keep working on that wherever you are on Facebook. 100 plus shares this week. Continue to enjoy, and if you missed any of the program, of course, wherever you share on Facebook, it stays there, so you can find us and watch us from the beginning. Hot101.net website is our name. Apple App Store, Google Play Store, TuneIn Radio app. You can tell Alexa to play hot101.net, and of course TCP as well. Look for the morning show tomorrow morning, and look for us on their Roku channel. I think we are still Tuesday nights. If you missed any of this program thus far, you can go to our YouTube channel. I usually wait till later in the program to talk about the YouTube channel, because if you missed any of it, well, first off, shame on you. But if you did, you're going to want to find out how to get us from the beginning. From the beginning, he tried to say. Well, that would be the YouTube channel, which is also called, it's right there on your screen, That Other Side of Information. We tried to keep the names of everything the same, make it easy for you to find. If you missed any of tonight's program, you can always find it on Facebook. It'll start from the beginning, and you can catch up from there. Or, again, after the show is done, George will do his video magic, change it over to YouTube, and post it there. Our YouTube channel is That Other Side of Information. Every single episode of this program from day one, which was April 17th, 2019, actually, we started in a pandemic. There you go. See, some great things happened during this pandemic. We made a bunch of new billionaires. Thank God. Thank God, because I was worried that they didn't have enough money, and this program started. So the pandemic wasn't a complete waste, so to speak. But again, if you missed any of the program, you can find us youtube.com/thatothersideofinformation. And if you're watching the video stream, you will notice another square up on the screen, and that it changes when I say something salient, or at least when I go through my progressions. That's George. He's back with us this week. We're thrilled to have him. We have missed him greatly, and it's extremely nice to have him back with us. And it appears as if the brains of the operation has sat down in her chair, and she's much better to look at than I. I assure you, a face made for radio, the face made for television, is coming on very shortly. Karen, I want to get into the darker parts of this, if you will, if you don't mind the description. When we had a chance to speak on the phone before, getting this together and getting it set up, you told me something that I quite literally found to be like, it was physically distressing to me. If you don't mind me being completely open and with the audience, you did tell me how old you are. 71, I think I remember correctly.
Yes,
and Peter is
71.
You're both 71. So 71 years old. Not ancient by any means, but it isn't 31 either.
Right.
And it isn't 21. It isn't, Peter is working full time. Am I correct? And you are working part-time.
Right.
Why are you doing that?
There will never be enough money. We have to take care of Julian forever.
Is it strict cash, or is it the hopes of continuing some type of health coverage that you need for the expenses for him, or is it both?
Yeah, Peter, Julian, and I are all on Medicare. Julian is also on Medicaid. So, we do have that. So, no, it has nothing to do with the coverage. It's for the salary.
Medicare and Medicaid sign up in Pennsylvania is not exactly the easiest thing. Right. Was it difficult for you all as well, or did his condition kind of make it a little more obvious and a little easier, so to speak?
It was, he was on Medicaid. Actually, he got on Medicaid really early. There is a loophole in the law called the Katie Beckett loophole, named for Katie Beckett. if you have a child with a diagnosed disability, you can apply for Medicaid for your child only, like not for the whole family. And only the child's income will be considered. Well, you know, obviously Julian didn't have any income when he was a child. So he has had Medicaid for a very long time. Now, when Peter and I became Medicare eligible, Julian became dual eligible. So it wasn't that difficult. You know, but I guess what is difficult is not that many people participate with the kind of plan that he has, the Medicare, Medicaid. It's very hard to find practitioners.
Do you mean that the specialists that he needs to see
don't
want to take it, or you mean
even just a GP? Almost nobody participates with Medicaid.
Hi Karen. I have a genetic immune deficiency, so I have Medicaid insurance as well. So I know what you're speaking to. Dentistry is terrible. Almost no dentist will accept Medicaid.
Right. And it's even in our situation. It's there's an added factor. Julian cannot tolerate dental visits. Medical visits are terrifying to him. We've managed to deal with them, but a dental visit, I mean, think how most of us are when we go to see the dentist. With Julian,
he's not alone with that.
Right, he's certainly not alone. But with Julian, if you imagine the most terrified child in a medical office, the 5-year-old who's absolutely terrified of the doctor, the dentist, whatever. Multiply that by about 1,000. You might have some inkling of the way Julian is in a dental office. He needs an anesthesia appointment. That's how bad it is. We managed to get that once, and I fought for it. It took me 4 years to get it. We were able to go through what was then the St. Luke's Dental Clinic, and we were calling and writing and going there. It was, and that's just dealing with the dental clinic. That wasn't even dealing with the coverage. We finally managed to get an appointment. I'm trying to remember when it was. It was a long time ago, 2011, something like that. And they put him under anesthesia. They had to do it in the hospital setting.
Wow.
Because
right.
they would do it with, actually at this point they do that with anyone. It was an anesthesia appointment is done in the hospital setting, but he of course has anesthesia issues.
Because of the breathing.
Yeah.
Right.
So it has to be done in a hospital setting. So
Right.
we managed to get an appointment one time after fighting for it forever. And then the head of the St. Luke's Dental Clinic, who was, the person who treated him, told me we would be eligible in another 5 years for another one. Now, he has gone since then, and again, that was interrupted by the pandemic. He has gone since then to what used to be the St. Luke's Clinic. It's now Star Wellness. And I will say I love the people in the Easton Star Wellness Clinic. They're very good. But they can only do a very cursory examination. I mean, Peter and I both have to go. Peter has a system where he brings a toothbrush and he can get Julian to open his mouth a little, and the dentist can get a look in. There's no way of doing x-rays. It's impossible. Because, I mean, for one thing, Julian wouldn't even understand how to, like, bite down on that thing, you know, all those things that you have to do for a dental x-ray. He will not let the dentist do a cleaning. That's not going to happen. So the dentist does the best possible job under the circumstances, but it's not really a good look at Julian's mouth. So I had been working on getting another anesthesia appointment, the phone calls, the appeals, you know, doing everything imaginable. I mean, you know, they lost my appeal one time. And then the pandemic hit. So I got nowhere after years. So he hasn't had a really thorough dental appointment in years.
Well, count me in that group too.
Well, yeah.
It doesn't make it right. It doesn't make it right.
Yeah.
It's not obviously something that we want to see. But yeah,
yeah.
it's
As a
yeah.
mother, that has to be
Right.
infuriating to go through all of that.
Yes.
What I hope might be somewhat of a happy note. The birthday boy, Randall, has asked a question in the chat, and I want to ask you, because whenever we get questions or comments, we pass them on. That's what we're here for. You know, I'm not here to lecture to people. We want to try to interact with them. Randall asks, I want to make sure I see this correctly. Question for Karen. Did the passage of the 1992 federal Americans for Disability Act help Julian at all, help your family? Has it affected you in any way?
Okay. First of all, happy birthday, Randall. Secondly, good question. It kind of gives you some backup. It's you know, it's good to know it's there.
We tend to think of the ADA as a law that put ramps on every building and made, you know, low curbs on street corners and things like that. There's way more to it than that. So has any of the, as you said, it's a backup, but you know, obviously Julian doesn't need the wheelchair advantages, but has there been anything as far as, well, I should just let you answer the question, but that's the folks, when generally speaking, when we think of the ADA, we think about, you know, ramps on buildings, wheelchair access, wider hallways, you know, dedicated bathroom stalls, parking spots, elevator doors that are wide enough for a wheelchair, things like that. But it's a lot more than that. So there's parts of it I don't know and or understand. But so it's been a backup for you, Karen. But has it affected? Because that's right around what 92 would have been. Julian would have been 2. So has it helped? Has it been a positive for you all?
You know, it's hard to say how it has been a positive. I certainly think it has. The one time that I think I should have taken advantage of it and I really didn't, it might have helped. Julian was actually kicked out of a preschool. This is a horrible story. Our older son, Philip, had gone to a preschool. We were very happy with it, and I received a call when Julian was actually 4. He was turning 4. And one of the teachers called and said, "Are you planning to send Julian in the fall?" And I said, "Okay, I've been thinking about it. I'm not sure. I'm wondering if I should wait a little while on this." Maybe he was turning 3. I'm trying to remember. It's a while ago. And I really haven't made a decision. And she said, "Oh, we would just love to have him. I mean, these people had known Julian since he was a baby because, of course I would be picking up Philip and would see him." So I met with them and everyone seemed on board with it. And I said, "Well, yeah, let me register him." And he was still going to Easter Seals. So we were kind of, doing that as well. And we started the school. I was carpooling with a couple of other parents, so I was, going over there and seeing people. I went in a couple of times and did music programs for them, so I was actually in the classroom. And as I know, everything was fine and wonderful. In November of that year, there was a field trip, and I went on the field trip. And while we were at the field trip, one of the teachers came over to me and said, "What are you thinking for Julian for next year?" And I said, "Well, one thing I've thought about is maybe repeating this class instead of having him go into the next level up." And she said to me, "Well, we don't think we can have him here." And, just dropped it on me. And it's not as though they hadn't seen me on a fairly regular basis.
Right.
And I said, "We just had a conference. You didn't say anything about this." "Well, we just decided." I said, what is the issue? You haven't said anything to me. And these were the 2 issues they came up with. He steals cookies from the other children. Well, I knew about the stealing cookies because the 2 other kids in the carpool had told me about it. And I said to them, "Look, you can certainly tell Julian, no, these are my cookies and you may not have them. And you certainly should let the teacher know if he takes your cookies." Because with Julian, all cookies belong to him. That's his mindset. And why should it be otherwise?
Right. Exactly.
And
it's his world. We're just living in it.
Exactly. Yeah. And the kids thought it was funny. The kids thought it was hilarious. It turned out that all the kids would say, when Julian was coming around, "Oh, guard your cookies, because Julian will take them." They just thought it was funny. They were fine. The kids were not having a problem. The other issue, he isolates himself in the book corner. I said, "Well, he does like books." These were the big problems. And they actually said to me, "We're afraid that he's going to hold the other children back." I said, "They're 3 and 4 years old. What are you teaching them? Calculus?" And they finally ended up saying, "Well, we'll have to think about it." And they scheduled a conference. In the meantime, I actually called his teacher at Easter Seals, who was a very young woman. I think she was even more upset about it than I was. She was just horrified. She offered to come in and meet with them. They turned her down. Someone from the IU offered to come in and meet with them. And said, you know, I'm sure there are things we can talk about that would help you. I offered to do more music programs. I said, you know, look, I can come in once a week and do a music program for you. It's fine with me. And they said, well, we really don't have enough space. I said, well, I seem to manage well when I did it. I don't know. And finally, I had paid up like through January, and I finally decided that I would pull him out. I was devastated at the time. I mean, you know, they had lobbied me to enroll him.
Was there an ownership change?
No. They admitted there were no behavior problems, other than these two things that I mentioned. There was, at that time, there was another kid there who every single day would turn over his entire juice glass. The juice spilled all over the place. He didn't get kicked out. Not that I'm saying he should have been. He was a kid. There was another kid who, after his mom dropped him off, would scream for a half hour. He didn't get kicked out. Again, not that he should have been, but why is Julian getting kicked out? You know, especially since you have kids who are presenting more difficult behavior problems. I decided not to challenge it any further. I mean, I tried talking with them. I said to them, you're a very good preschool. You could be a wonderful preschool. And they basically said, we're not interested. You know, we'd rather be ordinary. I think I thought that if I challenged it, I would have to hire a lawyer. And I knew I couldn't afford that. But I probably could have gone to the Pennsylvania Human Rights Commission. And under the ADA, what they were doing was
discrimination.
Illegal. Yeah.
It was and you led me right to what I was going to ask you.
Yeah.
And it really does tie back into Randall's question. Under the ADA, that was flat out discrimination against Julian based on his disability, which is, under the ADA, flat out federally illegal. And as we know, federal law preempts all others, state, county, and local. So he was discriminated against directly for his disability.
Yeah.
That's certainly what it sounds like to me.
I do regret that I did.
That was an ACLU case, Karen. It's called the ACLU.
Yeah, I do regret that I chose to drop it. Like I said, you know, I just thought, oh, you know, I can't hire a lawyer. If I had known that there may have been some resources for me, and you know, maybe that information needs to be out there more so people realize this. But I've really never forgiven them for that. It was just a not okay thing to do.
Let's get back to this criminal behavior here, Karen. Is Julian still stealing cookies?
I hope so.
Is he still stealing cookies?
Not stealing them. All cookies belong to him. I told you.
Does he have a favorite?
Oh, he's pretty open. He doesn't like ice cream. Except for ice cream sandwiches. He sees ice cream sandwiches as cookies. It's too cold for him. And we can sort of get away with giving him ice cream on pie.
Well, when we meet him, Kristen,
you'll know what to do.
Kristen will probably bake.
I'll bake them up.
We'll get some cookies made.
He does bake with me on occasion.
Aww.
He's a good baker. He knows how to sift flour. That way, he reads from the recipe with me, and I show him the measuring spoons and everything, and I say, remember we talked about this. This is a quarter teaspoon. Remember this little one.
Well, that raises an interesting question, and I hope you don't mind if I ask.
Questions are good.
when there's so many, when there are things that you need to fight for your child to make sure that your child's taken care of and protected, is it hard sometimes to find time to balance the the more normal, the more fun things that you want to do as a parent, like baking with your son, or playing the piano, or movie night as a family? Is that sometimes feel like a struggle, or is that the thing that you kind of find refuge in?
There is a lot that you give up. I read a story when Julian was quite young and he was going to United Cerebral Palsy. I talked with one of the therapists and I said, I wish there were a book I could read that would give me some insight. And she gave me a book to read, which was quite good. This woman had a child with a lot of really serious medical complications. She wrote this amazing book, and she interviewed many different people, many families. But I remember this one woman who had a son with mental illness, and she said something like, it would be really nice to have a quick dinner and walk to the park in spring and summer. But with us, it's always a slow, laborious dinner, and we have to drive to the park. That's basically what it is. Not all the time, and it can vary with different families. But yeah, you have to budget for the time that's needed for these very ordinary activities. It's always going to take longer.
7:30 Eastern Time. What might be our last reset of the program. I'm not exactly sure how that's going to sort itself out. Especially now that the boss sat down. She's probably got plenty to say. I've been talking enough. Wherever you are on Facebook, that other side of information is our home group Facebook page. It is also the name of our YouTube channel. If you missed any of tonight's program, you can start fresh, start straight from the beginning. YouTube.com, That Other Side of Information, and That Other Side of Information on Facebook, Hot101.net, Apple App Store, Google Play Store, TuneIn Radio app, and tell Alexa to play. Hot101.net, and the TCP Morning Show returns tomorrow morning. Karen, do you and Peter have any hope of a time where you do not have to work? Or is it, or is and I'm assuming I should not assume, I should probably ask you, when you say there's never enough money, is the financial strain surrounding Julian, or is it the same financial strain that most middle class, or what's left of the middle class? There's more poor people now than middle class. The working class has never been this small in this country since the Republican Great Depression, but the New Deal built the middle class, and it's been systematically attacked and destroyed. But are your my grammar's all over the place, are your financial concerns all surrounding Julian, or is it simply America in 2022, and if you're not working, you better die quick?
There is some of that last, although we have been very frugal. So, people look at us and say, if people would look at our finances and say, they would say, oh yeah, you're not in bad shape. Certainly compared to, a lot of people. But yeah, I would say most of it has to do with Julian. We do have certain plans, like, the reason we're selling our house, our older son, Philip, who's gone briefly, lives in Allentown, He's been working at the Allentown Library for a number of years. And that looks like it's going to be the permanent job unless they close all the libraries, which,
Yeah, those damn communist socialist libraries.
yeah, exactly. So, and he, he loves his job. He has a degree in library science. That's, his field. So we are planning to buy a house with him in Allentown. And that will certainly help. That's part of our plan. The other part is we do have a special needs trust fund set up, which is funded through life insurance. The life insurance kicks in when both Peter and I die. And it basically goes, half goes into a special fund for Julian, half goes to Philip, and Philip basically knows, this is for Julian's care. Let me just mention quickly, people who are on SSI, SSDI can only have $2,000 worth of assets in their own name. So they can't save on their own in a normal way. Now, the other part of this, which I will mention and which I really do think is important, is we have an ABLE account for Julian. And unfortunately, I've found that a lot of people are not familiar with the ABLE account.
Well, tell folks what it is. You and I had the opportunity to talk about this on the phone, but this is really super important. Please tell people what the ABLE, the ABLE account is.
And I'm sorry, I'm forgetting what ABLE stands for.
It stands for a darn good thing. Let's put it that way. Let's keep it simple. It sounds for a really good. Yeah. It's a good thing.
This was something that actually Senator Casey is responsible for this.
But Senator Bob Casey, the senior, is he the senior?
Yes.
Yes.
Senior senator from Pennsylvania, Democratic senator from Pennsylvania. So he was the lead. He was the lead sponsor, author, and sponsor of this.
Yeah. What happened is a young woman who had a cognitive disability but was very high functioning. She had a job. She had an opportunity for promotion at her job. She would have been making more money. That would have put her over the $2,000 limit. And she really wanted to do this. And so Senator Casey came up with the idea that if we can establish these accounts, every other American is allowed to save for retirement. Why shouldn't people with cognitive limitations have the same option? So he fought to get these accounts established. The ABLE legislation was stalled for years in Congress, and Senator Burr actually signed on to it as well. So he was the co-sponsor. And they kept pushing, and it wasn't necessarily that people, see, this is, another way that they show that, that people show that they really don't care about your kid. Everyone was in favor of it. Everyone thought it was a wonderful idea, but it wasn't a high priority. So it languished for years. The reason Peter and I established the Special Needs Trust Fund was we didn't know whether the ABLE legislation would ever get passed. And this might be the only thing we had. It's not bad to have that insurance policy for your kids, but it's darned expensive. The ABLE legislation finally passed, and you can establish an account. The person with the disability is actually the owner of the account. The money that is in the ABLE account is not taken into consideration in terms of the $2,000 in assets. So what we do, legally, we can charge Julian for room and board, from his Social Security. But at this point, what we do is we just have all of his funds from Social Security deposited to the ABLE account. I still have to have a Social Security representative payee account. That's the only way he can get his check. It's I don't know. I don't know why it can't go directly to ABLE.
Well, because banks have to make fees.
Well, actually, we have a credit union. We do like them very much, and it's not them, but in general, banks have to make fees, I'm sure. So there is an automatic transfer where it goes into the ABLE account after a few days.
Can I get back to something that you said, though, that I think is shocking? And I think it may have flown past everyone, and I don't want it to be passed by. And you just said it a few moments ago. For Julian to receive SSI out of the Social Security Administration, he is not allowed to own not a penny more than $2,000
You got it.
in total
That's it.
assets, not just in your savings account or your checking account.
Right.
He can't have a car. It's an asset. He can't have a house. It's an asset.
Right.
Could have
Other
I
than,
mean,
like personal items like clothing. That's it.
look, Julian's not going to go ride a motorcycle, but he couldn't have a motorcycle. He couldn't have if he was a bike rider and bought himself somehow at some point throughout his life, one of these really $4,000, $5,000, $6,000 dirt bikes. He can't have that. It's not 2,000.
Yeah,
it's not that he can't earn more than 2,000 in a month.
Yeah, he can't.
His total net worth as a person, his financial net worth cannot be over $2,000. Not 20,000, not 200,000, $2,000.
Well,
In a manner of speaking, he is being punished
there's
for his disability.
there's also even a worse distinction to make there, because I actually looked into SSI when I was very ill, before I was properly diagnosed, and SSI versus standard Social Security disability, SSI can be used temporarily. Like if you were to, get cancer and you had to stop working because it's based on your income, where standard disability you have to be termed permanently disabled. So even if you go with SSI, there's no way to save money to try to get out of your situation, because you can't have more than $2,000. Like there would be no way for me to save so I could maybe, when I maybe feel a little bit better, go work for 10 hours a week and save that money and help to go back to school or get a different job. You can't even do that. It's almost like a way to permanently trap the disabled.
If Julian was to get a job, right? If
Mm-hmm.
Julian was to get a job, and there are several organizations that do like light industrial manufacturing. They might put. I don't. Karen knows what I mean. I don't mean this to be degrading in any way, but they might get a whole huge box full of toothbrushes, and they put the toothbrushes in the plastic case.
Right. They have.
It's something that they can do. Yeah. So he can't earn more. I already answered that. So he can't earn more than. I'm fighting with the software. God knows I got to fight with the software. He couldn't even do that necessarily, because he would be building assets at that point, be building income. Not to mention the fact that he could be paid. He doesn't even need, by law, he doesn't even need to be paid minimum wage.
Yeah, there is that.
He could be paid $1 an hour.
And they they still do.
And that still stands, am I correct?
Yes, that does still stand. Now, there are,
Hang on, Randall, I'm going to get to you. I know you're on the phone. Hang on, we'll get to you. Hang on. Go ahead, Karen, I'm sorry.
there are things that they do. He might be able to get a job where I think it's for every $2 over a certain amount, you have to give $1 back in Social Security. So there are ways to do it.
But
it's
the general idea is what Kristen said, is to trap him.
Yeah.
You want this benefit? Then stay poor. And by the way, not even stay poor, the border essentially destitute. The SSI payment is not exactly putting somebody in the top 1% of income earners, is it? It's not even putting them in the top 10 or 20%. It's keeping them in the bottom 10. This is not a living wage. Julian, were he fortunate enough to someday live on his own, it's not even a poverty wage SSI.
Yeah, he can. At this point, he is getting regular Social Security, basically, because once Peter took his Social Security,
Gotcha.
he was entitled to half of Peter's benefit.
But it's set up this way,
folks. It is
folks.
substantially better, but yeah, you're right.
But the system is set up this way. The system is set up to help, wink, 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 nod, nod, elbow, to help someone like Julian, but only if we punish him along the way. He has to suffer in order to benefit. Right. Go get in the corner is basically what it's about. The gentleman who asked a question in the chat earlier and who celebrated his 70th birthday earlier in the week is Randall, and Randall is on the phone line. I'm answering Randall through the software, which George, Lynn, and I supposedly, we're going to find out in the next couple of seconds, supposedly fixed earlier in the week. So Randall, welcome home. Welcome back to the program. And again, sir, happy birthday.
Yeah. Karen, I give you credit for coming on. Excuse me. I have a long family history of disabilities. I had a younger sister that it's improper to say today, but she was moderately retarded, classed by slow learner, and public schools, there was no ADA then, back in the 70s. State PA financed all special needs, 100%. The majority today is left to the individual public school system, which is ridiculous because some public schools have a higher percentage of special needs students than other school districts, but get the same amount of money. And so it's all on the taxpayers in those school systems. Anyway,
and let's not forget, Randall, you live in a more financially secure area than others in the state. Your district is probably better equipped to handle it because education funding in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, like many other states, unfortunately, is not fair and equal. It is simply whatever the overwhelming burden of it falls to the local property residents of that particular district. So if you live in a poor area, you don't fund your schools the same way because you don't have a tax base to fund it.
Yeah, my middle daughter has ADHD her whole life, and my wife's almost 10 years younger than me.
You dog.
I grew up in the late 60s, 70s, doing essentially every drug there was out there. My wife didn't do any of that, graduating in the late 70s from high school. When the behavioral problems appear among our daughter, It's really by age 3. I did not want to put her on drugs. My wife said, no problem. You know. So we spent a fortune out of pocket trying to do behavior modification with child psychologists, you know, etc. Finally, we were in what I consider a mediocre public school system here in Delaware County, PA. They were going to flunk my daughter and make her repeat first grade because she wasn't passed. Why wouldn't she pass? Well, she's got the highest IQ in the family, and then you throw in ADHD, she's bored out of her freaking mind, you know? So my wife just came one night and said, hey, I'm moving to Rose Tree Media School District with the girls. You're welcome to come or stay. And I was like 92, so I said, I'm coming. Anyway, we get up there night and day. Every student, you know, we begged to get an IEP with the original school district.
Right.
We begged. Got nowhere. Everybody in that school district gets an IEP. Every student gets an IEP. On his first grade. You know, all 3 of my daughters end up graduating, you know, honors. They all graduated college. Yeah, it's been hard with the daughter that has ADHD, and I've got at least one grandson that's definitely got it too. It's 3-year-old now. No, 4-year-old now. Yeah, 4. Anyway, okay, so I had a sister that was mentally challenged, intellectually challenged, and she went to a facility here in Delaware County that was founded by the Quakers back in 1851, Elwyn. And so she went through high school, and of course they had the pre-ADA, and that was you public funding of education until 21 if you have a disability. So after high school, she also got vocational training. The old Strawbridge and Closer Empire, they were very keen on hiring people with disabilities. So she went to work at Strawbridge and Closer in the kitchen. And, you know, she's, like I said, she's a slow learner, so, you know, she's barely capable of most things. Or was. She deceased here in 2003 from a seizure. That's a whole nother story. But her real problems began at age 25. They're in the late 70s. I mean, the late 80s. And that was, she developed paranoid schizophrenia. And at that point in time, there was none of the wonder drugs they have today and have had since the 90s to deal with that brain medical condition. All they had was old 50s drugs, Thorazine. Yeah, I get in a list. It was rough times for my parents. And it was rough times for me because I lived right around my parents. And they'd go on vacation, and I would have to assume responsibility. And we always had a meltdown on my sister's part when my parents would go on vacation. They fought, and they finally got respite care. But one year, her paranoid schizophrenia showed up as a violent episode, and so that respite care said, I can't have her. Anyway, I can empathize totally with Peter and you. I can totally empathize from things
you've been through. You know what you kind of, you get it, right? Is what you're saying, basically. You get it.
It's my heart.
You get it real well.
Heart.
It is.
Randall, excuse me, did you, I may have misheard you. Did you say your sister is deceased?
Yeah, she,
Oh, sorry.
yeah, she was SSI, $800 a month. Well, that can't even pay for a group home.
Oh, no, of course not.
Hell, it might not even pay for groceries.
Yeah.
Let
Anyway.
alone a roof. You know, you're not going to keep a roof over your head with that. Let alone, if you're lucky, feed yourself.
Obviously, the group home here in Delaware County was just
Right.
totally priced. You know, even though my father worked till he died from his cancer at age 80. He worked till he lived at Boeing. So he had, you know, they had good middle class money, but still the cost. So they found a group home for up in Lehigh County, close to Bethlehem. That was like half the price of facility down here. So they could afford to subsidize the SSI.
Gotcha.
And but one night, whatever reason God did it, you know, she never had a seizure. She wasn't epileptic. She never had a seizure in her life. She had a massive seizure after Advanced Life Support got her to the hospital. She was just flatlined in her brain.
Got it.
And I'll never forget that night I was at work. I worked third shift at Cabrini University. Get the call. My mother was my youngest sister and her husband and family lived up in Leesport. So my mom was up there, you know, visiting for a week. Anyway, they were driving straight, you know, east, and I called and woke my minister up, picked her up, and she and I went up, and we all were in the ICU, and you know, there it is, monitor showing there's no brain activity. They got her on full life support. My mother was legal guardian, so she said keep her on life support till, you know, the morning, so doctors can harvest the fresh organs to save. I think I got to go. I'm getting emotional. I'm sorry.
That's what we like about you. You always get emotional. That's
so
part of
sorry,
it. He's
Randall.
How do you not get emotional?
Yeah, that's part of what makes Randall special. Is he does get emotional because he cares. That's what makes him such a good man, because he cares. What happened? We didn't really get a chance to get into it. We're approaching 8 o'clock, and I want you to go back and have a life. I'm not going to keep you here all night. But I think we kind of skirted around the edges of it. You did talk about the financial plan that you have for Julian, but who takes care of Julian?
Okay.
The Father Time is undefeated. So I hope you live to 171, but it's probably not going to happen.
Yeah.
So what happens to Julian?
Obviously,
Peter and yourself aren't here. Does it all fall to Philip, or is there another? Not supplemental.
there really isn't anyone else, but I think what we're hoping is that because we have the ABLE account, because we have the Special Needs Trust Fund, Philip should be able to hire help. I mean, that's the other thing. You're
Right.
allowed to take disbursements from the ABLE account.
Right.
You know, they have to be qualified withdrawals, but you are allowed to use it. And it would probably be very worthwhile to, you know, talk at some other time a little more about the ABLE account.
George did put a link for ABLE account information. It's in the chat, folks. You will find it there. There's a link, and we could always also make a special post for it and make it a separate post as well. Let me ask you about Philip real quick too, and I don't. again, just like all my questions tonight, I hope it comes out properly.
So far, you've been that. I don't know. It's not a problem.
Does Philip know what's coming?
Oh yeah, he's lived with us most of his life.
And he's ready to take on this responsibility, and not. Yeah. And does he feel burdened by it, or does he feel that's my brother? I'm going to take care of him, and no problem, and that's just part of life.
Well, he was certainly open when we said, would you consider getting a house with us? He could handle being on his own forever if he wanted to. He wants to, but he certainly doesn't need us to support him financially. He's doing okay, and he's like us. He's very frugal. I think he's very open to this. Obviously, we need to have more conversations. But yes, we have talked about it, but obviously there needs to be further conversation. And who knows what will happen down the road? All we can do is keep doing our best.
All you can really do is plan.
Yeah, we do our best with that.
And my last question, and in case Kristen has any others before we let you go, is: have you noticed through the course? I know you haven't tuned into the program every week, and shame on you, by the way, for not doing it.
Wait a minute, Jeff.
I know.
I played Porch Fest a bunch of times. You've never come see me.
Well, but that's true. Well, I know where you're going.
And I posted it on Facebook.
Well, this one will go just about anywhere for live music. So if we know where you're going to be, we will go. But even if it is a public library, we'll go there too. But
public library.
We again, from the financial point of view, and the insurance, and all the different machinations and variations and everything that you've had to go through the course of Julian's life, have you found it to be, if you tuned into the program enough, we talk so much about how this country fundamentally changed when Reagan came to power, and how the New Deal was dismantled. And to this day,
going back to Nixon.
And to this day, there is still Trump appointees all throughout the government running agencies, including the Social Security Administration, for God's sakes. Why? I have no idea. It is borderline criminal negligence to not have replaced these people by now. That said, have you noticed through the course of Julian's life that the financial burden, that the red tape, the bureaucracy, that the pushback has fallen, whereas there may have been, this much help when he was born, it's now this, and that the burden has continued to fall more and more on you, or am I wrong?
Okay, personally, we haven't noticed it as much because, we've kind of got things established, we know where we're going. I think it has gotten a lot harder for people with young children who are having to.
So if Julian had been born today, or a year ago, Peter and yourself would be in a fundamentally different position.
I think so.
Than you're in now, and probably a nearly impossible one.
I think so, yes. Now, I also think that, of course, who knows what's going to happen? Who knows if Social Security is going to be cut? Who knows if Medicaid is going to be cut? Who knows if Medicare is going to be cut? So obviously, those are things that that we think about. And yes, it affects everyone, but our situation makes us a little more vulnerable than some other people. But there are going to be a lot of us who are struggling at the bottom. And
struggling just day to day, struggling for much less than what you are having to deal with, just struggling. Period. Yeah, I couldn't imagine. You've lived it for 32 years. I couldn't imagine in this modern era where where if you're not generating wealth for someone else, just go die. Go, please, and hopefully it'll be quick and painless. I couldn't imagine, and I'm sure you've thought of it at some point, I couldn't imagine Peter and yourself giving birth, finding out everything you've had to learn in these 32 years, but have that be 2016 or 2018 or 2020. I can't even imagine how you couldn't make enough money
No,
to cover it.
no, it's terrifying. I have said to people, it's not even that they want unbridled capitalism. They want feudalism.
Spot on.
And that's what it will be, where we just are, dirt under their feet.
I have said this. I know that you're in the group a lot. I know that you see a lot of the articles that I post, and I'm sure you've seen me say this to somebody somewhere along the way. But as a 99.9% of Americans, not even 98 versus 2 or 99 versus 1. I'm talking about the top 0.1%. Sorry, 0.01%. The 0.01% that Bernie Sanders talks about on a regular basis, and Elizabeth Warren for that matter, and Katie Porter and AOC, and even, to be fair, increasingly, even Joe Manchin mentioned it this week, that 0.01%, the billionaire class. When I started this program, there were approximately 660 billionaires in the United States and about 2,500 worldwide. There are now about 4,000 worldwide and 750 in the United States. In an effing pandemic, we created nearly 100 more billionaires. In a pandemic, in a time where a Republican president told us all to stay home so we didn't overwhelm the hospitals, we created just shy of 100 more billionaires here in the United States and 1,500 worldwide. A lot of them in China, by the way, folks. Yes, there are billionaires in China. But that said, I'm sure you've all seen me say this in the group a lot. The rest of us, the chaff of the wheat, so to speak, we have to come to the conclusion. I'm not going to try, point at you like, you have to realize like you're all stupid. You're not stupid. You know something's wrong. You know it's wrong. You know that there is something fundamentally that has been taken away from this country and taken away from you. That this country is not the one it used to be. Certainly not the one it was before 1980. And not the one after 1932. That 0.01% has decided, either individually, in smaller groups, or as a collective, they have decided that democracy is inconvenient for them now. That we can't continue to have everything. Not just make money, but steal it from you. We can't have everything, because somehow a personal fortune for one individual of $220+ billion isn't enough.
Exactly.
Or that families in the Middle East have wealth that is quite literally untraceable and incalculable in its size. That they have decided that democracy is no longer coherent. It's no longer compatible with the unbridled seeking of wealth, the unbridled attention to wealth. That those two things don't go together anymore. It's not flippant to say, and I've said it to Karen multiple times throughout the program, if you're not working, if you are what that 0.01% considers to be takers, what Mitt Romney considers to be takers, you better die quick. And I hope it's painless. Because if you're not generating wealth for that 0.01%, then get the hell out of the way. They'll find somebody else who will. And that means generating wealth only really one of two ways. You work for them, or you buy their crap. And if you can't do one of those two things, if you get sick, if you break a bone, you have a child, get out of the way. You're not convenient anymore.
Although it's interesting, they want people to have children.
That's a tiny group that they need to vote for them. Yeah. Jeff Bezos doesn't give a crap about abortion. He doesn't.
Well,
neither does Musk.
Bezos,
neither does Gates. Neither the Koch.
Romney talks about,
the Koch brothers themselves didn't give a crap about abortion. They didn't care. They just didn't want to pay taxes.
But not even with the abortion issue. But I think in general, Republicans are getting very upset that the birth rate has been declining.
Right.
Yep. They need workers and they need
soldiers. They need drones. They need workers.
They're not happy about that. But it's like, really? You want
they need low-educated.
World? Are you crazy?
They need low-educated, unskilled drones to either go fight their wars, protect their oil shipments, or work in their factories, work in their warehouses, unpacking stuff from China and sending it to you. But let me turn it over to Kristen. We are past 8 o'clock. We're going to try to get Karen out of here relatively soon. Remember, Sergeant Mack, Thomas Mack, comes up right after us on hot101.net, and I will be sharing the program right here on that other side of information. So,
well, I had two quick questions for you, Karen. The first one was that you talked a lot about taking Julian when he was a baby, and he was diagnosed with cancer to Chris, I believe was the name of the...
St. Chris, yeah.
St. Chris. And that it was closer for you and Peter than Chop.
No, it wasn't that it was closer. It was the same distance.
Oh, I apologize.
It just worked out better. It was easier to deal with them.
Mm-hmm. Do you think you would have as many options in terms of care for a case like Julian's today, or do you see that becoming more centralized?
Actually, that might almost be better. I think there is more pediatric oncology in the Lehigh Valley now.
Mm-hmm.
So that part might be okay. I mean, it's hard to say because obviously there can be cutbacks, all kinds of things like that. But my instinct would be to say, I think there might be some options now that we didn't have.
That's great.
Yeah, so that might be okay. I haven't researched or anything because I haven't needed to.
Yeah. Thank God.
and at this point in the game, he would not. God forbid, something happened. He's an adult,
mm-hmm.
so we would,
Yeah.
We would definitely have hospitals that are able to treat him. It would be more complicated. He was hospitalized 2011. I think it was 2011. He was hospitalized with ITP, and I had to stay in the hospital with him. I couldn't leave him alone. So there is that. But yeah, the facility was there. I was able to go to Cedar Crest.
ITP is really it's grueling and it's awful when you
scary.
See. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean,
for the folks who don't know, that is. For the folks who don't know, ITP is what?
Karen, would you like to? It's a essentially like
thrombocytopenic corpori. Basically, it's a drop in the white blood cell count, like a drastic drop. And what happened in Julian's case is we suddenly saw a rash on his lower leg, and I mean it looked like measles or something.
Yeah.
And they tested him, and the levels were really low. Not white blood cells, platelets.
Yeah.
and the levels were really low, so they had to put him in. And
it's terrifying. It can be life-threatening. Severe
it can
cases
be. Yeah.
show massive just bruises. It looks like somebody just beat you.
Yeah, yeah. He didn't have bruising. He had the rash. He was in the hospital for 5 days, and we had very good care. And after that, they followed him, but they treated him with Winrow.
Okay.
I don't know what they use now. And we went through one horrible, grueling night. They just, basically give you one dose of it. And I lost track of how many times he vomited. I lost track of how much diarrhea basically he had, how many times we changed the bed, but there were like 5 nurses who were with me the entire time.
Wow.
And this is just something that since then we've just monitored it. And I know his doctor says yes, it can come back, but he's been fine for a long time, and you just obviously you do blood tests, keep an eye on it. But we were able to deal with it locally.
That's great.
So yes, there is that option for us now.
Yeah. The last question I had was that you spoke a lot about the special needs trust fund and the ABLE account, and I know this is something that we should probably save for another time. I was wondering if you could just briefly say, why did you and Peter decide that the special needs trust fund is not enough to meet Julian's needs long term?
Because nothing is enough. The special needs trust fund, will give him give Julian and Philip something like $250,000. It, certainly doesn't feel like enough to me.
Mm-hmm.
I might not have done it if the ABLE legislation had passed before then. I might not have done it. I didn't know.
Yeah.
That we would be able to have an ABLE account.
How do you even begin to calculate that? Is that something that you sit down with his physicians and say, what do you think we need to plan for?
I can see the answer right in her face. The answer is there's never enough money.
It's just a guess. I ran into this when Philip was accepted to college. He went to a very tiny college, which actually doesn't even exist anymore. Marlborough College. It's like your college for smart, creative, talented, quirky kids who are able to work on their own. Because you have to do a lot of independent work in that, or you had to do a lot of independent work at Marlborough. And since they were such a small college, it was very hard for them to give kind of financial aid that, say, a Lafayette can give. And we had some scholarships, and Philip walked in with 16 AP credits, so we skipped a semester basically, and and we had been saving in a 529 plan and all this stuff. But still, you need more. And we got the award letter, and I said, "Oh wow, this really is not going to be enough." And so I contacted the college, and I said, "Is there any way you can do for us?" And the person I spoke to was obviously fairly young, so she may have been somewhat naive. And um, I said, because we have a child with special needs, and she said that isn't something we take into consideration. So, like, if you've been through a divorce, I'll take that into consideration. Not that I'm minimizing divorce. I mean, obviously, it can be very difficult for families. But this is forever.
Mm-hmm.
And so what she finally asked me to do after we had this long conversation is she said, write me a letter detailing what Julian's expenses will be. I was like, for his life? There's no way I can quantify this, really.
Yeah.
So I did the best I could. I sent her a 5-page letter. It was more than she was looking for. But it's impossible to really know. I mean, he is going to need care. He's going to, assuming Philip is still working, he will have to have some kind of arrangement for Julian. Now, it's possible Julian can be at a program, and the program that Julian was attending, that was covered. Our funding covered that. But who knows? It's really absolutely impossible to say.
Yeah.
Maybe some people feel it's not, but I'm pretty sure I'll figure it out.
Karen, there's a question I literally forgot to ask you, and again, just like with all my questions, I hope this comes out right. Do you believe that Julian is aware that he is different? I realize I'm asking you to completely speculate. You're not in his head, but I want, like, clearly he sees everyone else. He may not be processing it in the same way. So, do you believe that he's aware that he's different than you are, or is he just like, you are all different than me? I'm the normal one. Yeah, you are all nuts.
I'm not sure he is aware. I mean, obviously, people who are higher functioning are aware of that.
Right.
And I don't know if he can process something like that. I would be very surprised if he could. So I kind of think he's just who he is, and everyone else is who they are. I think he's pretty accepting that way.
I was happy to have him sit down. He could have stayed the rest of the time.
Yeah.
We're going to interview him one of these days.
Oh, yeah.
We're going to sit at the table and share cookies.
Yeah,
although apparently you don't share. Apparently you don't share cookies with Julian.
I don't know.
I get that.
I think he's a little more willing to share now.
Karen, before we let you go, it's almost 8:30. Is there anything I'd like to do for you, what I do for every guest to the program? And that is, I want to give you a piece of bad news. The bad news is that you're part of the family now. And that I hope this is not the last time that we will hear from you. We would love to know how Julian is doing and how you all are doing. Certainly don't need the new address, but we'd love to know how the new digs work out when you get there, how the new house is, and how everything's settling in. This is we have a lot of candidates on here. We have authors, we have scientists, we have members of the clergy, and they all have a personal story to an extent, but then it usually comes back to their area of expertise at some point. We talk policy, or we talk science, or we talk about the books they wrote, or we talk, liturgy and scripture. This is a purely 100% personal story, and you did not owe it to any of us. So the fact that you were willing to share it, I think, is really quite extraordinary. And I don't know, unless we were you, I do not know that we can ever fully understand everything that you've had to go through and everything that you've had to sacrifice. And that's not to say that the whole journey of life has been miserable. Clearly you're not miserable, but it's a lot. It's a lot to do, and it's a lot to take on. So I am ever so grateful that you came here to tell us your own story. And you mentioned at the top of the show that, you know, you're not a professor, you don't have a doctorate, and you're not an expert. You are an expert because you've had to live with it. You've had to live it in ways that so many of those doctors and experts and professors don't have to, but they're the ones that seem to write all the books. But you're living it day by day. And the fact that you are willing to come here is absolutely just immense. And if you missed any of this, you are going to want to go back and see all of it. This is a purely personal story about an extraordinary family. And I was so thrilled for the minute or so that Julian was able to sit with us, and he appeared to be interested about the faces that were on the screen. I thought that was pretty fun. But so along with the bad news that I've delivered to you, I would like to just turn the floor over to you. If there was anything else that you wanted to say, how people can get in contact with you and or the groups that you are a part of, any answers that you didn't think we got to fully suss out, anything like that, I just want to lay it out, leave the floor open, and whatever it is that you want to say in closing, just leave it to you. Go ahead, take the floor.
I think we certainly covered a lot of ground, so I'm really happy with the way this worked out tonight. I do want to thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to be on as a guest of the program. Thank you for welcoming me to the family. I'm thrilled to be part of it. Thank you for both of you for great questions, and it was really good to hear from Randall. I think Randall and I may have communicated on Facebook occasionally through your site. So it was really good to hear from him and to interact with him. And it's meant a great deal to me to be able to share this. I think it's a message that does have to get out. Hopefully it will get some people thinking, and maybe help some people who are struggling. And I would really be happy if that comes out of it.
Well, again, folks, George was able to put into the Facebook comments section on the post of this program the links to both information and I believe the actual legislation of the ABLE Act. And earlier on, you'll have to scroll through some of the comments to find it, is the link to the Facebook support group for folks like Julian and the family. So check that out as well. And perhaps I'll have to create, I do know how to copy and paste. You point, you punch this.
I'm never successful at it.
So I might be able to do that, and I'll put them into separate posts. But Karen, we can't.
He's more techie than he lets on.
Oh, okay.
Did you ever?
I forgot to tell you I love your Irish tan.
That's exactly what it is, isn't it? Exactly what it is.
I just have to show off that I know that term.
You're not gonna. I can even. Oh, yeah.
Oh. Oh dear.
That's sexy.
Be careful.
That's sexy right there.
I said we'd have sunblock.
Wait till a couple of days from now when I start molting like some type of reptile.
Next time, try the sunblock, please.
It's gonna be pieces of Jeff jerky all over the house.
Ew.
Take that. Take that.
Yeah. I have no melanin whatsoever, so I live in sunblock.
Yeah. Yeah, we should find a different kind of studio light in here to actually make us look like we were, I don't know, had blood flow or something. There's just, you can find all the blue veins. They're real simple. But Karen, thank you, and please thank Peter,
thank you.
especially for so much time. It's a really long time to sit here. You missed dinner, but
sorry.
We're just extremely grateful for you to tell such a personal thing. It's
yes.
it means a lot to us, and it means a lot. I hope it means a lot to the audience. I think it really does. And you know that you always know where to find us, and we'll be thinking about you in a whole new way, really, actually. We feel like we know everybody a little bit more. And I can't wait to see Julian again.
Yeah.
We're going to talk
Okay,
cookies.
We'll work it out somehow.
We're going to talk cookies.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, we can do that. Yeah.
Well, thank you for being here. Please have a great rest of your night. And
It was so lovely to meet you, Karen.
Lovely meeting you.
that's Karen Leonard. That is a story that is, well, I mean, I'm not going to add anything to it. I said it. It's extremely personal. I don't know how you just, we've had a lot of wonderful guests. We've had a lot of wonderful people grace us with their time on the program, but it does always get technical at some point. We get down into the weeds about legislation or budgets or monies or, all this other stuff. This is just purely family.
Yeah.
I think one thing that we wanted to touch on before we say goodnight, and remember, Sergeant Mack comes up at 9 o'clock. We actually do have a half hour left, but I don't know that we'll fill the whole half hour with you. Something I wanted to talk about, I'm glad you sat down in your spot there so we could go through this kind of quick. There were some big happenings this week that we should chat about. You had the vote in Kansas. You had a couple of really big pieces of legislation go through this week, and you had the Alex Jones verdict in Connecticut, in the lawsuit with the Sandy Hook parents.
And the announcement that Sunoco Gas is being charged with dozens of criminal felonies by the state of Pennsylvania for just flagrantly and negligently poisoning people's water
Oh, well, see, I thought that was called profit.
for decades.
I thought that was called profit, though.
Yeah.
As long as you're making money, then that's okay. You're allowed to do stuff like that.
Yeah. I think the best part of that indictment was that they were so negligent in their construction processes that they caused 2 avalanches in one area, one of which hit a pipeline that they had not properly anchored into the ground, dislodged a portion of the pipeline, which was leaking gas, and caused an explosion which damaged people's homes, cars, and burnt down acres of forests. So,
Well, yeah, but forests.
being nice neighbors in the neighborhood.
Yeah, but forests. Who needs those?
Yeah, well, when your house
Unle-
explodes, that's
Yeah, but
catches
that's
on
other.
fire from an
that's-
explosion.
But that's other people's houses. That's common folk houses. That's poor people's houses. That's middle class people's houses. That's not. It doesn't. What's the worst it's gonna? Here's what I'd love to see. I mentioned this to somebody during one of our some chat back and forth and to one of the articles that I had posted in the group. I will accept that corporations are people when I see one arrested and jailed and charged with murder. If Sunoco is a corporation and corporations are people, therefore Sunoco is a person. A equals B, A equals C, therefore B must equal C. Then charge them with murder.
But that's the beauty of that decision from their point of view.
Arrest them and take everything from them. But that won't happen. We know that won't happen. Because corporations are not real people. They're just people on paper so they can buy other people. The best investment in the country is a politician. Some campaign contributions can net you 10,000 to 1.
But take it the whole way back, because it used to be true that there used to be people who used to go to criminal, you're going away for life prison for these types of crimes. Like,
So jail a corporation, put them away,
No, but the CEOs, like the executives,
give
used
them
to,
the death penalty.
Like,
your
remember-
corporation can't exist anymore.
No, but I think that misses the point. The beauty of what they did is, how do you jail a corporation? You can't. So you turn them into like super quasi people.
But that's exactly the point.
But then
If you want to be a person so badly,
But I'm saying
then you get everything that comes with it. You killed people. If it was a middle-aged black man
Let
who
me
killed
finish.
somebody, they'd give him the death penalty. So give the corporation the death penalty. You don't get to exist anymore.
But that's not the argument we should be having. The argument we should be having is we took responsibility away. Because the CEOs and the CFOs and other executives used to go to jail for things like this. And by
Right.
declaring that
Corporations-
corporations are people, it removed the responsibility away from the CEOs to the corporation, which can't be jailed like a normal person. The law used to say your company commits crimes like that. Well, we can't hold the company liable because the company is an entity. It's
But
not a person. We can hold the people accountable.
I'm postulating, and I am no constitutional lawyer, that if this Republican Supreme Court, because let's be honest, they're not really judges at this point, they're political appointees. This Republican Supreme Court, not actually even this one, but going back, a Republican-dominated Supreme Court, actually ruled that the Constitution itself makes corporations people and
Yes.
money speech. So therefore, if they are people, the Constitution also grants you the right to a trial, etc., etc., etc. So let's use the Constitution against itself. You can be charged, you get a fair trial, and all of that, but then you get the repercussions if you are found guilty. If it was a 17-year-old black kid with a leaf of pot in his pocket, he'd go away for 50 years. You want the standard of a person, fine, you got it. A Republican Supreme Court gave it to you, but now you have to live with all of it. You have to live with everything that comes with it. And that means you can now be
can't.
charged with a crime. You're telling me I can't. I'm telling you you can. It's the
I'm
difference
saying-
between Republicans and Democrats. You can't do that because the Constitution doesn't say you can.
I'm saying,
and
why are
Democrats
we-
say we can do it because the Constitution does not say we can't.
My argument is, why are we conceding this? Why are we letting them get away with this? Because
You're going to have to wait till the Supreme Court is either expanded to 15 judges or enough Democratic appointees get on that we overturn this crap, or that move to amend actually ends up working, and that the Constitution itself is changed so that corporations are not people and that money is not speech.
I'm saying that you should be making the argument that that corporation is made up of people who made the decisions, therefore those people are just as culpable. They're
But
part
they're-
of the
but-
body.
The Supreme Court said that the entity is a person. Therefore, the entity should be treated like a person.
Yeah, and I'm saying you should make the next
Now, don't
extension argument
yell
that
at me. Randall wants to yell at
you should make the next extension argument because that person couldn't exist without a CEO, a CFO,
making
and
the
other executives.
I'm simply following the supposed legally sound, constitutionally based logic that a Republican Supreme Court imposed on this country. I'm following it to its logical conclusion. Randall, I'm letting you call again, you lucky son of a gun.
You okay,
I'm only letting you call again because it's your birthday.
Yeah. 79 now instead of 70, right?
Well, yeah, well, 70's the new 69. You hippie.
Part of my working up for 10 years, I was university professor at Westchester University, which
You are cutting in and out, and I'm missing about every third word.
Okay, I apologize. Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Let's give it one more try.
All right. I'm sorry. I was taking the microphone away from my.
Yeah, just Just
I
keep
know.
it close.
I worked all through the 90s, since the 90s into 2001, as University Fire Marshal, Westchester University. And I member of NCA for decades, even before there, obviously. I keep thinking about the fire happening in Carolina in the 90s, where 37 employees died because the owner was not a corporation, it was an owner, had chained and padlocked all the fire exit doors. And when it trial, and they could try him because he was not a corporation, he was acquitted.
Yeah.
To this day, I'm just flabbergasted that whether it's private, limited liability, or whether it's a corporation. I'm flabbergasted.
Yep.
These realistic entities can get away with murder, and in some cases, multiple. So, yeah. I forced my wife to sell our house of 22 years we loved in Middletown Township, Delaware County. We were direct in the blast zone from the Mariner East. 1, 2, and 6.
Well, there's a hospital that was in the blast zone of the proposed Penn East, I think it was going to come right down through the Southland Center. You know where I'm talking about. We just went there a couple days ago, and the St. Luke's Anderson campus was in the blast zone of a gas pipeline, and they were going to build it. Actually, going to dig under the parking lot of a shopping center and run a pipeline through it within. And they said that the hospital was not in the blast zone because it was more than 4,000 feet away. Now, God knows, natural gas under, 6,000 pounds of pressure, I'm sure the explosion was going to stop right at the 4,000 foot mark, and the hospital would have been fine. A hospital with a maternity ward, by the way. I'm sure it would have been just fine. I'm sure everything would have been just fine.
Natural gas.
It's nuts.
Not pressure off.
All right, I gotta let you go, brother. Your connection's not getting any better, and we gotta wrap up anyway. But thank you. I take your point. I hear it. I understand it, and I think you're making an excellent point for whatever my small opinion is worth. And I appreciate it. And I hope you're okay. I hope everybody down there is okay and healthy. It's just the connection's bad. We're missing all the words, but we do get the point, and you're the best, brother. And again, for the 900, no, I should say it 70 times is what I should do. I'll say happy birthday again. I'm getting close to 70, but I'll keep saying it.
Happy birthday, Randall.
Have an extra piece of cake for us, brother.
Yeah.
Love you, Kristen.
Love you, take care.
Love you, Randall. Happy birthday.
Before we get to the end, I don't want to skip it. What are you thinking about what happened today? The vote that happened today? 50 Republicans voted against a bill that will lower the deficit, that will cap prescription drug costs for seniors, all because they didn't want to raise taxes on corporations. That's essentially what it comes down to. This bill was proven to be and scored out by the Congressional Budget Office that it will cut the deficit. Period. It will. Yeah. Fact. It's numbers. It's easy. It's math. Big numbers. Big numbers, but numbers. And yet every single Republican voted against it. Why did they do that? Because it is going to, because it passed, is going to raise taxes on corporations. It establishes a minimum corporate tax in the United States of 15%. What does this mean by extension? What does this mean in the real kind of political circle world? It means that Republicans, shocker, I hope you're all sitting down, are liars. They don't care about budgets and budget deficits. They care about rich people and big corporations paying money, because if they have to pay that money in taxes, that's money that they don't get in campaign contributions. The Republican Party is a corporation. It is not a political party. It has no platform. It has very little values. It has no plan. It has no leadership. They are the workers. They are the workers. The shareholders and the owners are the people financing them. And those shareholders and owners don't want any of the rest of us to have money. Or at least just enough to buy their stuff. So the workers are working for the owners. Same way we all do, to an extent. You cut our taxes, we give you campaign cash. Except that campaign cash, as I mentioned, could be returned 700 to 1, 1,000 to 1, 5,000 to 1. Some billionaires have made $10,000 to every dollar they contributed. In campaign cash, they made $10,000 back in tax cuts. It's the best investment in the country. And because Republicans at the end of the day don't give a flying you-know-what if seniors have to bankrupt themselves trying to pay for medicine. They don't care about that. Because higher prices means more profit. How do you generate 100 more billionaires when we're all shut up in our houses and can't go anywhere? How does that happen? It happens because of greed and price manipulation. This isn't inflation. Mitch McConnell said again this past week, the Senate minority leader, that workers are still staying home because we're still getting free government money. Two things. That free government money started under Trump. I was happy to receive it. It helped me keep my house. Free government money under COVID ended 2 years ago. And then the jobs number came out. Over 500,000 jobs added in July. But no one wants to work? This isn't a serious political party anymore. It's not a functioning political party. They are workers. They are owned. And they are working for the people that own them. And that's it. And to hell with the rest of us. What did the abortion vote in Kansas tell us? That a deep and dead red state, that 60% of the people in it, I have to assume there's a couple Republicans in there, don't want the government telling people what to do with their own bodies. Republicans themselves, the worker bees, the ones that the corporations own, they don't even stand for what their own people stand for anymore. Hey, Republicans, I have news for you. I mean, Republican voters, quote unquote, man on the street Republican voters. I have news for you. You're not a Republican. You're not. You don't share the same values. You don't. You do it because it's what you were told to do, because it's what you were raised to do, because somehow Tucker Carlson has made you feel guilty if you don't vote that way. It's enough. Nothing changes until we change something. It is time for regular Republican voters to actually consider doing something different. Something that benefits, that is a shared interest of the 99%, not just the 1. You're smarter than this. You're better than this. All the seniors who reliably and predictably vote Republican, your elected officials don't care if you die, starve, lose your house to pay for your medicine. They just voted that way today. It took a tiebreaker vote from the vice president to save you money.
But here's the question. I have a couple things that I was jotting down as I was listening to you.
You were feverishly writing. It makes me feel very important, like I may have said something important.
Well,
I tend to doubt that I said anything important, but
No,
it makes me
you
think
did.
I may have.
First and foremost, ladies, this is a huge win for Biden, for Democrats, and for progressives. Just
Well,
some of the,
here's the. You know what? I'm going to say this before I
Well-
forget. You wrote it. I didn't write. You're going to. Mika, I know what you have to say is
There's a lot
important.
to get
Now-
through here.
Now listen to me. I do want to say this. I consider myself to be a pretty fair guy. I'm a member of the Democratic Party. I'm an elected official inside the Democratic Party. I am a Kennedy Democrat. I'm a New Deal Democrat. Hey, progressives. And hey, folks that love, and exist solely to kick the Democratic Party in the teeth.
which is a whole different discussion that would take 3 hours.
Well, we could do it a different day. Maybe we'll do it a different day. I have a quick message for you, progressives. Some of you, not all of you, there is a section of the progressive movement that continues to proselytize that nothing the Democratic Party can do is good enough. They didn't do enough, they didn't go far enough, they didn't go quick enough, they didn't do it fast enough, so I'm mad and I'm taking my ball and going home. For all of you who think there's no difference between the two parties, or that the Biden administration has not accomplished enough, I have sad news for you. Shut up. It took 50 years for us to get where we are. One Democratic president with a tiebreaker vote in the Senate and a plus 12 in the House is not going to fix it in 5 minutes. And he's not going to fix it in 2 years. It took 50 years to get here. I know it's a line. I know it's a line that the administration uses a lot, that no president has accomplished more. No Democratic president has done more fundamental change legislation since the Great Society. Guess what? It sounds like a line, sounds like a campaign bumper sticker in a good commercial. It also happens to be the truth. So get on board. We have to stick together. Get on board. There's only one functioning political party left in the country, and it happens to be ours. And let's not forget that the largest caucus in Congress, the Progressive Caucus, was instrumental in not only passing these pieces of legislation, but crafting them and writing them in the first place. That's why these are progressive victories. But just because we didn't solve Reaganism in the last 10 minutes does not mean that the Democratic Party needs to be thrown in the trash. We're not perfect, but it's the truth. This administration has accomplished a lot. It's some of the most significant, progressive, fair-minded, rebalancing legislation that's been passed since the Great Society.
Can I
It's a
jump in?
fact. People don't always like facts.
This is a big win for progressives, and I'm not saying to progressives that we shouldn't acknowledge where the bill contains things that we don't like or things that we felt
Or
fell
missing
short.
things that we should have been in there.
There's a win for pipelines in the bill. They left out carried interest. They didn't include the provision to cap private insurance costs on insulin. But there's a whole lot in this bill. There's a whole lot in this bill that is a win. Electric vehicle charging stations, $7,000 tax credit for electric vehicles, a 15% corporate tax,
On top of the electric infrastructure money that was in the infrastructure
Yes.
bill,
Medicare negotiation of drug prices. We've been
which will save billions, if not tens of billions.
and will bring down the private cost as well. That's something that progressives who care about healthcare have been fighting for since early 2000s.
Something that anybody
Since
who
Medicare
uses
Part D.
prescriptions.
Insulin cap for public health insurance, which
Yep.
there's even a talk of doing something kind of like in the vein of what California has done, which California passed a bill where they're going to start manufacturing insulin and providing it to people. It extended the ACA subsidies, which is something that kind of got lost here, but if they had not done it, if we had gone into this recess in August without doing this, millions of people across the country would have seen their insurance premiums potentially go up next year, because all those companies are writing those policies and those setting those premium prices and deductible percentages right now. So even if they had done it late, it still would have hit people, and it would have been very difficult to mitigate that. It is a huge win for Biden. It's why Republicans fought the bill. It's why Republicans don't want the bill to pass. It's an election year, and this is a massive win for a president going into an election cycle.
A party going into a midterm and a president going into an election cycle.
Exactly. I would slightly differ with you on the question of whether or not Republicans are a functioning party, only because being a functioning party right now does not mean governing. You don't have to govern to be a functioning political party anymore. Our partisan media landscape means that you only have to satisfy the appetite of your base. That's what being a functioning political party means anymore. Republicans don't have to govern for their base. They have to offer the base two things: power and owning the libs, so that they can feel better. And that doesn't change.
Feel better that their very own party has taken their futures from them.
But they don't know that.
That's somehow our fault.
They don't know that. You go talk on the doors to a average conservative voter, and they have no idea. They think Democrats raised taxes on them. They think Democrats gave their hard-earned tax dollars to somebody else who doesn't deserve it. They're living in a landscape of just rampant misinformation. And that is, I think, where we need to start having the conversation that owning the libs isn't helping you. What Fox doesn't exist to protect conservatives. That's what they sell to rank and file conservatives. They exist to protect conservative Republican elected officials from their voters. Because if the voters are misinformed and the voters think the other party raised taxes on them and stuck it to them, then they're not going to vote out those Republicans. And when it does slightly break through, when it does slightly crack, is when you see what happened with the PAC Act. Because even the most conservative veterans groups were going after them. The VFW, the American Legion, the ones that solidly back Republicans. Fox News went after them. And if you watch the footage from the night when they actually finally passed the bill a second time, and compare it to the footage of the night that the bill went down, when Pat Toomey was shaking hands and slapping backs, and he was the golden child, and everybody was crowded around him, Pat Toomey walked in alone, and everybody else on the Senate floor from the Republican caucus turned their back on it.
Very transactional.
They hate him. I mean,
they're not alone.
Let's be honest. That's not a new feeling for Pat Toomey and the Republican caucus, but he sold them a bill of goods, and they took that gamble and they got burned. Right. Less than 3 months from an election, and they got burned sticking it to veterans.
And 11 of them still voted against it.
Yeah,
they not only took the burn, they enjoyed it.
Some of them are not the sharpest tools in the shed, but I think that is instructive, and that's something that we should really take from this week and learn how to use politically to open that door to the Fox audience and start making that concise argument. This doesn't exist to help you. It exists to control you.
When you start crapping on the veterans, even Republicans take notice, and that's exactly what happened this week. We have about 2 minutes left before I need to say goodbye to you, everybody.
Sorry, George.
Next week, we will be back with you live. That's the plan. Currently sans guest, to borrow my very limited Latin, which I think that is. Again, let me make the plea to all of you out there who regularly listen, share all the different groups, etc., etc. I would like to have nothing but candidates on from next week all the way to Election Day. Either one-on-one or, oh no, I see George's message. I'm going to hit the big red button. That's hilarious. Either one-on-one or groups of you, I don't care. Candidates, come find me. Hit me up on the Facebook, in the group, Messenger, whatever it might be. Sergeant Mac comes up immediately after us on hot101.net. That's why we have to leave you. We plan to see you live here next week. August is one of those awesome months with easy math. Today's the 7th. That means next Sunday is the 14th, 5 p.m. Eastern Time. Kristen will be back because she's not nearly done saying everything she needed to say, and she's got a long page full of notes, and I cut her off way too much, so I'm not sure I'm going to be able to eat anything tonight. I might be starved right out of the house. If I look any thinner next week, if I'm still here, that's a really good thing, by the way, because I'm realizing looking in the camera just how fat the shirt is, how huge it is. But that will do it for us. We've done all the damage we can do. Thomas Mack comes right up on hot101.net. TCP, the morning show tomorrow, and for all of you on Facebook who allowed us to share to your groups, we thank you, we thank you, we thank you, we thank you. We couldn't do it without you. For George, Lynn, April, DJ Lex, DJ Earl, and the entire team at TCP, thanks so much. That's it for us this week. Please take care of yourselves and each other, and stay tuned for Sergeant Mac. We will see you next week.